All right. Should be live over on the YouTube now. And yeah, I'm a collector. Some of these tabs are vintage. I'd be willing to bet that I've known some of these tabs almost as long as I've known Alt F4 Stream. Some of these tabs and I go way back. And hold on. Yeah. The Beatles would have been great software developers. Compare their notes to common software recommendations. So yeah, I think that'll be a good video. Let's close some of these tabs that we don't need, though. I know. That's why some of y'all are here, just to see a couple tabs. I know. They grow up so fast. There you go, Nate. Take it easy. I don't like people throwing around that term. Some people really do have it, and maybe you do too, but trivializing it I don't think is right. So, no worries, Spirit, you're not timed out or anything, but I'm not a big fan of trivializing that condition. No, I don't. Hell no. Hell no, it's revenge. Auto tab discard. No. The only thing I had for that was, like, anyone remember when I used to have the extension that would delete my tabs, right? Like, you know, I had, like, channel points you could use. Anyone remember when I had that? Some people should remember. I actually had a thing where you could use channel points and have it remove a tab for me. You could actually shuffle my tabs or pop them all out into individual windows. Oh, Trevenge, you don't need that. Chrome does that for you automatically. That's built into Chrome now. Yeah, Chrome, like, does a lot of effort to not have old tabs in RAM. The only thing in RAM probably is, like, the title and the icon. Right? For some of these that I haven't opened in ages. So boom, right? Like, it had to conjure that from disk, and that's why we saw the white screen for so long, you know? All right, so let's look at PHP versions LTS. All right, so damn, even PHP 8 is about to be like no more security support. Ooh, all right. So that's their support. Let's try PHP usage, or PHP version usage. All right, yeah. All right, so as of January. So these charts are not 100% accurate of the community as a whole, but they are accurate of one of the most prominent parts, the packagist ecosystem. So the percentage of PHP versions being used today as of January 2023. We already did that, Prevent. You missed it. There's a repo for it and everything. Like, it's in the mono repo. Yeah, Prevent, you just missed it. You should have been here. So yeah, 7.4, 27.7%. I still see 7.1 and 7.2. Yeah, you guys missed it. I did Rust, Go, Elixir, C Sharp, and the JavaScript TypeScript SDK already. Now, we're going to have some more tests we got to add, and we got to fix some time zone issues. But yeah, you missed like the major portion. Now, keep in mind, Prevent, it's in like the main Vexilla repo, in like the clients folder. It's not the client Rust repo. That's all deprecated, and I need to hide those away. Mojo? I mean, if we just write it in Python, can't we use it within Mojo? Pretty sure there's interop, right? Yeah, so we're going to write it in Python then. Because I'm going to guess that Mojo does not work interoperably into Python code. If it does, then maybe we do the Mojo. But I'm not aware of that, so I don't know. So, .7.1, massively deprecated, but if we write 7.1 code, it will work in 8.2, right? Okay, so if I use newer features, then we're no good. If I stick with 7.4, I think we're fine. Okay. Yeah, I can't write in PHP 8 to have it backwards compatible, but I can write in PHP 7.1 to have it forwards compatible. No, so I don't care about backwards compatibility. I only care about forwards compatibility. What language can I pick, or not what language, but what version can I pick that has the most forward compatibility? And I think at this point, 7.1 should be fine. Looks like there is a transpiler, though? To make that decision on someone's behalf just isn't right, though. Think of how many legacy code bases would benefit from feature flags, but they just can't upgrade. Yeah, I think an assumption like that is dangerous. But if we could transpile it, then that'd probably be fine, right? Yeah, I don't know. I think 7.1 would probably be fine. Right, like what if someone wanted to wrap... Yeah, what if someone wanted to wrap Vexilla into a WordPress plugin in some way? Maybe just to show you like what features are on or off? Maybe do overrides of some kind? What's today's date? 14th? Cool. Typed properties. Ooh. Might be worth it to do 7.4. Let's look at those usage stats again. Yeah, so 7.4 would give us 90%. Ish. But hey, Raimu, Mr. Sir. How you doing? Oh, and we forgot to do like the proper shout out for Alt F4 stream. We'll do that here in a second after Raimu's. Yeah, how you doing, Raimu? I'm gonna guess you're not gonna be at TwitchCon? But if you are, just let me know. You can definitely hang out. You're hungry? Yeah, get some food. Real quick, though, what are you going to eat? This is a foodie stream in disguise. And real quick, soda with a lime. I'm sorry I missed that follow. My bad. And damn, I missed Alt F4's 46 months. That is a long time. Shit. Can't believe I spaced on that. I read their message, but forgot it was a resub. And then also Schwarzenberg and Bazaar Blade. Thank you for the follows. Theoretically, more than 90. So yeah, I would say 7.4 would be fine. So we're going to target PHP 7.4. All right, so here's the next thing. Is there PHP version manager? PHP env? Or PHP brew? Oh man, we could use what is it? MAMP or whatever. All right, PHP Brew 5.2K. PHP Herd? Ooh, I don't know about PHP Herd. Oh, Laravel Herd. Okay. But yeah, this is basically just a VM that we'd have to like get into, right? Yeah, I mean, we could always just spin up a Docker container. Herd, if it's already built, makes sense too. So yeah, Herd would be like the MAMP successor. I think MAMP is probably out of date at this point, but I'm not sure. This does seem nice, actually. Yeah, I mean, with MAMP you can pick version 2, though, can't you? I thought you could back in the day, at least. And the oldest it supports is 7.4. There's a strong case for then 7.4 being the one we use. You did a Docker thing? Okay. And I bet we have PHP installed already. Oop. Ooh, and this is frozen. We'll close that for now. Oh, but herd doesn't work for this version of Mac. Shit. Alright, so we're not using that. So PHP Brew versus PHP ENV. PHP Brew gets an 85 from Stethoscope. PHP ENV gets 70. Nice part is we don't need a web server for this stuff, so we can just execute the PHP directly. What are the requirements? Hold on. Let's get CRT back up. And yeah, everyone from Raimu's stream, I'm guessing Raimu stepped away because he's hungry, gonna eat a sandwich. What was Raimu up to? I know Mac ships with a version of PHP. What version do they have? 7.3.29. So we've got Xcode Select for sure. Oh god. Here we go brewing again. All right, so getting started. Installed and up to date. All right. Yeah, it's so strange to me that we got to do this, right? Like, do they have a section for that? Because they should. We're building an SDK for our feature flag system. Ooh, and yeah, for everyone in here, check out Alt F4 stream. Like, people coming from Raimu's stream, yeah, really, check out Alt F4 stream. They're great. I forgot to do this shout out earlier. So yeah, the alt. There we go. Larobi, yeah, it ships with a version of PHP automatically. The one I have right now is 7.3. I would bet that newer versions of Mac OS probably have newer versions of PHP as well. I'm pretty sure it ships with PHP. I know it ships with Python. It does? That's what I thought too. I just couldn't be sure. Right. Do I need to really worry about this? I could just upgrade my PHP version. If I was going to be doing a lot more PHP stuff, then maybe like PHP brew would make sense. I just didn't like the idea of executing the FAR. And Arlook. It'd be nice to let us know what a link is before just spamming us with one. Docker would work too, Taz. Like, totally an option. And if I was going to be switching a lot of versions, it would make sense. Yeah, so what you're seeing right there with Vexilla Client PHP, that is an older version of the schema. We have since added way more to the schema in ways that is no longer compatible with our new version of Vexilla. So technically, Vexilla/Vexilla is the mono repo that's going to be holding the new version of the PHP client. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't support, such as scheduling and some other things. Ooh, dev containers? That's not a bad idea. DDev is a Docker-based thing for PHP? Okay. I'm just trying to think if I actually want to do that. And you said .com, right? Yeah, we looked at Laravel Herd as well, but Herd doesn't support the version of macOS that I'm on. Larobi, we just looked at PHP Brew. It's one of the tabs that we currently have open. We were considering what we want to do, and I don't want to run a FAR. Right? I do not want to do a curl of a FAR of something like this. We were already looking at it, and I don't want to do this step. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what's in it. I don't trust it. At least the one on Brew would be a little more, like, out there and known. But yeah, Laravel Herd doesn't support my version. I can't install it. It has, like, the circle and crossbar on it. Ham, cheese, and lettuce sandwich with coffee? Did you just pour the coffee right on it? I'm kidding. Nice. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I got some sandwich stuff I need to finish up before TwitchCon so it doesn't go bad while I'm out of town. Yeah, so... Right, homebrew website. Disabled? Here's the thing, I don't need to switch around. I don't need NVM for it. I just need the version I can use. Nope. So I would need to upgrade my Mac version. I don't think we can. I think Apple has end-of-lifed this Mac Mini, so I'm going to need to get a Mac Mini here soon. Because we need the broadest compatibility we can. PHP 8.2 code will most likely not work within a PHP 7.4 instance. When we look at it, 7.4 still has 30% usage as of January. I just explained it. I need to install PHP 7.4. And it seems to me like a Docker container is the move. ddev could do it. Seems like an option. I get it. Just take it easy, dude. I'm looking at it right now. Chill. I'm not going to do something just because someone said to do it. I'm going to look at it and make my own decision. Where's the GitHub? Gets an 85 from Stethoscope. A lot of contributors. Yeah, I think Express.js. And Larobi, no, I just showed you. 30% of users as of January need 7.4 support. Like, Larobi, I just showed this, like, 2 minutes ago, man. Arlook, no, that wasn't a suggestion. It was a directive. A suggestion would be, then you could just use it, instead of then just use. Right? Do you understand the difference between those? One is basically a command, and the other is a suggestion. Do you know which is which? You should. If you're just making a suggestion, phrase it as a suggestion, rather than a command or a directive. It doesn't matter what you believe. If even 10% would still benefit from 7.4, it's probably worth still doing. Yeah, Larobi, this is for an SDK. This is not for some server that you're going to host. This is for an SDK for other people to use. I need to worry about that usage. The more broad support we have, the better. Ooh, Express does not get a 100. Yikes. Only gets a 75. I know we've seen some that got a 100. I don't remember what they were now. Yeah, exactly, Fabio. It is. WordPress is the reason. WordPress is the exact reason. This graph right here, if we look at PHP version related to minimum WordPress version related to minimum PHP version. If we want to support people on older WordPress, 7.1 would be the way to go. I get it, Arlook, but I don't have any other thing other than the text that you write. If you want to have your text be interpreted a certain way, you have to use the text that does that. Just a couple extra words and it becomes a suggestion instead of a directive or a command. Adding those extra words will help make the context better. I'm sorry, that doesn't matter. A smiley face does not change something from a suggestion to a command. It could just be a somewhat sarcastic command. Right? Like, I don't know that. You could add words instead of an emoji in the future, and it would probably communicate a little better. Yeah, the smiley face was a little passive-aggressive. It was a bit snooty. Right? So much so that I can imagine you shaking your head sideways while saying it. Well, then just use PHP. Right? Well, just use PHP. Right? With a smile on your face. So again, to convey the actual phrasing and context you care about, use your words. I can't see your body language. I can't hear your tone. All I can do is judge the text that you type. I use Arch, by the way. Yeah, exactly. Boom. No, I get it, Arlook. Right? No harm, no foul. Totally get it. Thank you for the apology. All I'm saying is, I deal with it a lot here on stream, and I don't take directives very well. And that's the counterculture in me. So, I guess here's something we want to double check. What about PHP version usage? Or not PHP, WordPress version usage. So I'd say we could probably support 6.0 onward. As far as features, I don't give a shit. Nah. Dude, like we said earlier, Graham, I'd write PHP 5.6 if I had to. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care. I don't give a shit. I don't need pattern matching. I don't need types. Ah, interesting, Taz. I would still say, like, 7.3 is a good intermediate. And then they could upgrade, like, you know, again later. And it's still, like, the incremental upgrade is still worth it, rather than maybe the headache of having to go to, like, bleeding edge. And my guess the reasons are, if you're doing, like, WordPress stuff, there might be plugins that don't support anything newer. I don't have a specific number, Graham. You know, I'm kind of, like, feeling it out. Yeah, 5 to 8 would be a huge investment of time, whereas at least 5 to 7.3, you know, you're not getting types yet with 7.4, and maybe that's the reason, because they didn't want to opt into types yet. That could be a big part of it. Yeah, I'm thinking 7.1 is going to work, which means we don't get types. We're going to have a lot of, like, associative arrays. But there is something to be said for supporting 7.4 and then just having, like, an open issue for people that need 7.1. So 7.1 is the one that you're opting for too? How many are likely to use Docker or similar? I don't think that matters. I shouldn't care about execution context other than version. Yeah, I'm thinking 7.1 at this point. But also, 7.4 could work. I don't know. It just depends on if we want types. Whoa, follow bot. Hold on, let me turn off the notification. Jesus. Again, Raimu, I'm not 100% certain about this, but here's my guess. There are people that purchase follows for Twitch to not know who purchased a follow, the follow bot companies need to spam random channels. Right? To spread the haystack, right? So you can't find the needle. Otherwise, it'd be really easy to tell. Yeah, pretty sure. If I were to create a follow bot company, that's how I'd do it. So hold on, let's keep looking at some things. We can close this and that. I want to see like some numbers kind of side by side to just like think about this a little quicker. DDev, very cool tool. So Arluck, thank you for showing us DDev. I really like that. Definitely an option, heavily considering it. We can install it via Brew. Awesome. All right, here we go. Whoa, where'd that even come from? Yikes. Makes sense, Ramu. Yeah. Very similar to like the ones that you see, like the like bots on Twitter, right? Like just the random ones that will like give your post a like, but you know their bio simply reads like check out my content on OnlyFans. Yeah, maybe, Rima. I mean, they have to have a profile image. I assume that's part of like Twitch's like heuristics of bot versus not. Ooh. Right? You know how there was hot or not back in the day? Could we make bot or not? That's going in the Trello board. That's going in the Trello board. Go for it. Yeah, I don't mind. Boom, nailed it. That's not how I come up with the names, but yeah, every idea I have, it goes in the Trello board. Yeah, Larobi, we saw transpilers. I think I want to try and avoid that for now. We could always make it like an extra thing that we do. Right? Like later down the line. Again, we're going to have it all on GitHub. We can have issues for whatever. Yeah, we have this article about transpiling from LogRocket, in which we're looking at the PHP like supported versions and stuff. So I think I really just want to try and like see some of these numbers side by side-ish. What's up, Standard? How you doing? Ooh, and yeah, anyone that would like to leave me a lurk over on YouTube, be a whole lot cooler if you did. All right, so looking at what we see here. PHP 5.6 is way down here. Like, really not much to support. We could probably hit 90% by targeting PHP 6.0, which is probably going to be 7.2 here. Oh, and hold up. When was this data collected? Right? Like 6.3. That seems old. Oh, wait. Hold on. Was I misreading this? Oh, that's 2024. That's when PHP 6.8. Okay. This is December 2023. Ooh, so yeah, 7.4 is not great. Yeah, the latest currently released version is 6.3. So 7.3. So yeah, we're back at 7.1 being what I think we want to support. Because I don't think there's going to be... I mean... No, come on, programmer. That's gross. Yeah, 70% of the internet, 40% is WordPress, right? So, programmer, this is a warning. We're not looking for any shitty comments like that, dude. Those low-effort memes actually do harm. I'm not going to have them here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so 7.1, I think that's it. And part of the issue is, like, WordPress doesn't line up with Packagist. Because WordPress doesn't use Packagist in the common case. Makes sense, Taz. I think the framework interop group is massively influential and part of the reason why PHP managed to stay alive as long as it has. Right? WordPress is definitely the main reason, but right, the coding standards, the logger interface, auto loading, right? All these things really like cool and future-facing ideas for interoperability. Right? FIG stands for the Framework Interop Group. So if you're using a similar HTTP client abstraction, what happens under the hood, you can do whatever you want, but it means that your client will be usable in anything else that relies upon those same abstractions, such as the request response type stuff. I guess that's more the HTTP message interface. But still, like, hugely useful. Yep. Yeah. Framework Interop Group. I think they say it up here somewhere. Maybe. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. But again, yeah, this is incredibly forward thinking, and we don't even have any semblance of it in the JavaScript world yet, which is kind of crazy. Right? Having standards like these for interop gives it the same power as like idiomatic Go code, making sure that you're using the HTTP, net HTTP like message interfaces, right? If you're not doing that, it's non-idiomatic Go code, and people aren't going to use your library. So yeah, PHP really nailed it with the framework interop standards. All right, so here's the thing. This article is about PHP's minimum version, right? Technically, PHP 7.4 has been supported since here. And this is a proposal as well, so it may not be, like, exact. So here, 5.3 added support. So I'm thinking, yeah, we can do 7.4. I'm thinking 7.4. No, it's that we want to be able to support PHP and just general, we want to support WordPress and just general PHP usage. But I want to be able to kill both birds with the same stone. And I know, we should probably just get started because a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, but still, it's worth evaluating this because, I don't know, it's nice to be up to date and understanding the ecosystem anyway. Right? You like how I got to use both bird analogies? Bam! Right there, back to back. Yeah, I'm good. I got skill. So yeah, I think 7.4. So we had already kind of like leaned on 7.4 being it, but we hadn't validated WordPress versions. I think 7.4 is going to be fine. Because if we look at it from here up, right, 1.5, 1.9, if we look at all these as like basically 1.5 plus another 5. Yeah, we're looking at a pretty good distribution. Let's look at everything below. So 1.4, that's about 2.5 there, 5. So yeah, we're getting like 90% coverage. So yeah, 7.4. I'm into it. Now we just got to install it. And ddev might be the tool we use it for, or we use for it. I have Docker running right now? Gutenberg? That sounds about right. It was definitely one of the breaking changes, so yeah, it's probably 5. Brew install ddev ddev ddev. Okay. It's a weird name. A dev, B dev, C dev, D dev. There you go. Exactly, Ryman. All right, so that's the getting started. That's the extent of their documentation, really, though. All right, what the hell is Colima? Now, hold on, wait. Oh, never mind. We'll let that finish. And wait, is it Go code? It is some Go code. How interesting. Yeah, I didn't actually look at ddev's GitHub close enough. Yeah, majority Go code. Interesting. Go releaser, nice. That's how they're doing their publishing. Oh, Markdown link check. This is such a good tool. Yeah, that's genius. I really like, dude, it's so easy to like let a link in your Markdown get stale and just not know. All right, that's gonna keep going. While that's going, let me just double check this. Docker-B. God damn it. I did not mean to update iTerm, but since we did it, Okay, brought all my tabs back. Nice. That's right, we uninstalled Docker. Do I have Rancher installed? Nope. Trying to remember. I know Mac or Apple has added a lot more features lately to their terminal, so the differences between them are a little less now. I don't remember any of the killer features. Right, and we're still installing, right? So, yep. So, split panes instead of using tmux? Oh, never mind. Maybe it is tmux based still. But yeah, you can like slightly dim the one that's not focused. All right. I don't know if the regular terminal does that. Oh, you could register a hotkey to bring the window to the forefront. Oh, its search is really good. Search is one of the big reasons, I think. The way it keeps history is quite useful, right? If you do a clear, all it does is like go back up, right? But your history is still available. So as an option, right? Like notice how far back our history goes there. If I do clear, then it clears up, but we actually still have it because, you know, iTerm is still maintaining that. But if we go and, where is it? Clear buffer, then it's gone. Right? So depending on if you want to just like use clear to get to the top, but still have your history, that could be a thing. I know someone who would do like enter, 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 just to like give them space between their like certain things, which is weird to me, but it works. And yeah, how's it going, Yort? I'm not sure the auto completion is that much better. I don't feel like I noticed it ever. Ooh, this is actually interesting. Like the instant replay? Right? So you, oh man, I forgot which thing I wanted to kill. Right? You can grab the PID. That's kind of nifty. What? With 24-bit and 256 color mode, Vim explodes with photorealism. The terminal is a medley of color and code comes alive. Okay. You have to read a statement like that in that voice. Hope you know that. Those are the rules. I didn't make them. Okay, so I made the rule too. I know, photorealistic syntax highlighting, right? That screams to me of some marketing person who has no idea what they're talking about. Was this a Chat GPT write-up? I know, right, Graham? Yep. Oh, this is nice, though. Notification center support. That's not bad, right? So rather than just seeing the terminal, like, bouncing in your dock, you can get, like, notifications in your, like, notification center. That could be worth it. I think profile management is, like, a major bit. Oh, really into Hazard. For some reason, I haven't used the default terminal that much, but I haven't noticed any difference in the colors. But doesn't mean they're not there. I just didn't notice. I'm not a designer. I don't notice those things very well. So yeah, I mean, it might be worth checking out, Raimu. Looking at some of the features to see if there's anything else you really like. Oh, this is kind of cool. Oh, I kind of like that. Yeah, like the actions that you can have it do. Yeah, I don't know. Seems like there's cool stuff. Yeah, again, not sure. I'd say Apple could probably look at a few of these things and probably implement them into their terminal if they, you know, thought it was worth it. That would make sense to me. Right? Some of these are probably like a bit much, but yeah, kind of cool. Oh, that's actually kind of genius. The captured output thing, I haven't used it, but I should probably start using it. Right? Like just scrolling up through like the wall of text. I should be using the captured output thing way more. All right, so we installed ddev. I do need Docker installed. Do we want to try Colima? I know, right, Defect? I mean, for years, it had a whole bunch of features that the regular terminal didn't support. Well, I don't know if it has a Docker Compose equivalent. So wait, container D. We're going to end up needing Docker anyway. Shit. Docker desktop alternative. I know it's like Orb or Orbit or something. And Docker scares you? It's fine. Orb stack, that's it. Ooh, pricing? We'll just do Rancher Desktop. It's fine. And yeah, how's everyone's Saturday going? Everyone having a fun day? Anyone got plans for the evening or anything? Oh, God. What are we at disk-wise? Let's close herd. Let's eject Zed. Writer. That. Oh, interesting, Angel. How much are they? Supposed to be finishing up something for a client? I mean, I make great background noise. You can be working while chilling. Ooh, damn, Angel. Act 2 of BG3 on Tactician. Nice, Mesmero. Hell yeah. $238 megs. How much do we get back by clearing trash? Nothing? Okay, there we go. All right, so we got 2 gigs back from that. Nah, this is a Mac. It's a Mac Mini. It's an older Mac Mini. And here's my recommendation to everyone out there who's ever thinking about buying a Mac Mini. Do not skimp on the drive inside of it. Because you can't upgrade it. So whatever you purchase, you're stuck with. I should have opted for a slightly bigger drive. It's only a 256. Wait, what just happened? What just chewed up? I had 2 gigs free and now I'm back down to 494? Are you fucking kidding me? What did you do? What? What? Oh, hold on. Did Rancher Desktop just finish? There you go, the bread. Nice. I think it did. Okay. Let's double check. Yeah, okay. So it noticed it had enough space and it just did its thing. All right, what are some apps that I can get rid of? I don't know. It's only 10 megs. Yeah, removing that's probably not going to do anything for me. We can get rid of the Corona SDK. And it's not what you think it is. And what up, Vishwas? How you doing? I never got Flipper to even work. Doing well? Nice. Here it is. JetBrains. I need Rider, actually. We can get rid of Fleet. We're going to leave Rider because we end up needing it for C# stuff. I could probably remove Insomnia at this point. It also keeps older versions. So it had 2 of that, but yeah, hold on. Maybe there's a way to clear out the cache. Keep previous versions. Boom. All right, there we go. Leftover tool directory is only 150 meg. It's going to change from company to company, Vishwas. The company I'm at, I'm the front-end lead, but my title is senior dev. I get it, Larabi, but that's not anything on this PC. For language-specific things, especially if you want to do C#, because Visual Studio on a Mac sucks, and setting up C# tools for VS Code kind of sucks too. I could get rid of Postman. DevKit by C#? You mean like the C# or the VS Code plugin or whatever? And all that stuff? Yeah, and we still had major issues with it. I don't know what I was doing wrong, but it just didn't work right. Most likely something on my end, but Rider worked out of the box. Yeah. So we messed with C# like in the past couple weeks. And yeah, Visual Studio itself is no longer being maintained or updated for Mac. So yep, Visual Studio for Mac is not an option. All right, so that's that there. I bet we can do this. We got 6 gigs purged. That helps. 7 gigs. All right, all right. Here we go. We're back to 8 gigs available. Perfect. But yeah, here in documents, we don't have any super large files in there. That's kind of a bummer. Oh, llama.cpp. We can remove that for sure. Yep. We've got a VirtualBox VM that I think I want to leave around for a bit. Yeah, we're going to look at downloads. There's 7 gigs in there. Yep. Yeah, we got some DMGs we can totally get rid of. Let's eject Rancher. So yeah, with 10 gigs free, we'll probably be fine now. And we'll probably have that by just deleting a few of these. I mean, making those comparisons isn't that helpful, though, Vishwas. All right. Yeah, I think we've got a good chunk of space freed up. No, that's fine. Oh, we're up to 16? 18? Oh, this was a really good idea. 23? Oh my god. This was a really good idea. Dude, some of those apps were massive. Alright, so 27 gigs free. We can actually do what we need to do now. Ooh, good background image, though, huh? Like, solid background image. Always Sunny, they really do some good stuff. Because the bullshit they pulled with the updates. So damn annoying. Yeah, I mean, specifically Docker Desktop. Docker itself is fine. Docker Desktop sucks. You mean like, keep in mind, Vishwas, Docker is going to be necessary for a lot of things. But as far as a desktop consumer of Docker, there are other tools, yes. There's OrbStack that we just looked at, which seemed kind of cool. And yeah, Angel, feel free. Go ahead and link it if you want. You can send it here, it's fine. So yeah, as far as something consuming Docker, right, we can look right here. Dockerd is the container engine that we can have running and set up. But as far as a desktop tool to wrap that and restart things and just visualize what's going on, Rancher Desktop's not bad. OrbStack seemed kind of cool. And I think there was one other that I've forgotten about. But so far, Rancher Desktop is what I'm using at work, and it's fine. Ah, there you go. So yeah, probably won't help anyway. But real quick, Zachary, thank you so much for that sub. I appreciate you. And Hashcore, thank you for the follow as well. Yeah, the nice thing about Rancher Desktop is that it also helps manage Kubernetes stuff as well. Configuration and visualizations and, I don't know, right? Being able to see your containers. You could just use the CLI, it'd be fine, but I still like having the nice, easy, like, click a button and stuff happens. I know, we could just use Docker directly. I still like having something that I can just click around. Yeah, Docker Compose is fine, and it'll work with Rancher just fine. As far as I remember, though, even if you want to use Docker itself on a Mac, don't you still need the VM running? Or can you use it directly now? I thought you still needed a VM on Macs, but I could be wrong. Because, I mean, Rancher is setting up a VM for me right now. Yeah, on Linux, you don't need anything extra. But yeah, at least back in the day, to use Docker on a Mac, you needed the VM installed. Oh, I'm up at 24 gigs free, so we're good. Yeah, we're set. I had a bunch of junk. And thank you for the sub. FN Ernst. Like, is your last name Ernst and FN is maybe like your initials or something? So, that's what my name is on Twitch here, right? CM Griffing. Griffing's my last name. CM are my first and middle initial. Cool. Yep. It's a common enough pattern. DM Mulroy does the same thing. I'd like to think I started that trend, but I didn't. No, it was just when I registered for Gmail back in the day. That was the recommendation. Is that how you got it too? Yep, I'm wondering if DM Mulroy had the same thing happen for him. I'm curious how many people have that as their, like, standard handle now. Right? Just because that was like the pattern that Gmail recommended back in the day. All right, Docker-v. Source Zish RC. Oh, that's kind of fun too. I like that. That's kind of fun. I used to have another like initial set that I would go by, CMFG, Chris motherfucking Griffin. You know, like yeah. I had the idea of like maybe starting like a snowboard glove brand back in the day. Cheap motherfucking gloves made by Chris motherfucking Griffin, right? CMFG. But I had the logo as like a lowercase c, and then the MFG was all capitalized, so the official name was Little C Manufacturing. Dude, I don't know. Yeah, it's like I smoke weed or something. I don't get it. I actually had some gloves made. Right? The Little C Manufacturing, like the logo. I had some gloves actually made, and I think the company that made them still uses like the photos of like stuff they can do, because the screen printing was pretty good. It was just the materials that they had that sucked. Hold on. Let me Google this off screen. And what up, Darren? No. Yeah, so it looks like they don't have it easily found anymore. I know I did find it at one point, which was really interesting. Like they were still using it to show off the screen printing. Black and red? No. Well, that was one of them that they messed up. Only a little messed up, though. Basically, there was a black and red one where, just imagine, like, you know, you got, like, a pad of, like, you know, sticky or tacky material, like the silicone that for, like, grip, right? You got, like, a section for each, like, section of your finger. But just imagine that, like, for these two fingers, they would be black, while these two fingers would be red for, like, the sections. And then the palm would have, like, red sections, too. But it was like if you held your hand up like this, you were doing a peace sign. And then the other hand had, like, the rocker sign. I called the gloves Guar in Peace. Yeah, it was fun. I know, yeah, I was pretty proud of it. Now, granted, I could never market them under that name, but it was like my, you know, just internal name. Yeah, I was pretty proud of it. I think there was another one, too. I don't remember which one that was. I had, like, two, like, separate, like, combos of, like, gestures. I think one was, like, a middle finger, and the other one was either, like, the I love you, or it was, like, the shaka. Right? So one side was the shaka, right? Like, hey, yeah, bro. Or it was, like, I love you, maybe. And then the other one was, like, the middle finger. Oh, yeah. It would have been good. I still kind of want to make it happen. I could still do it. Now I actually have enough money to buy like a large enough run of the gloves to get like a good deal and sell them. But I'd have to figure out a good manufacturer. And I'd probably make them as mittens instead of gloves. I'm a mitten person these days. Yeah, I still like the idea of maybe starting like a glove brand. And oh shit, we're at 3899 followers on Twitter. One more and we're at 39 hundo. It's kind of crazy how, you know, like I don't see giant spikes in followers, but it's like a nice steady climb. Ooh, yeah, thanks for the YouTube as well. And yeah, I'm gonna shill it just one more time, and then I'll probably wait like another hour or so. But anyone that would leave me a lurk over on YouTube, you would really, really help me out with the with a lurk over there as well. Because I need to hit 4,000 watch hours within a year to get monetized. And then from there, you know, you're monetized and you're good. Now I know I need to make more videos instead of just, you know, shilling the stream. But, you know, whatever. Procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. Oh, it's just like watching over there, leaving the stream going. The way it actually works is it needs to be on a front-facing tab of a window, but the window doesn't have to be the active window. So you could just, like, lurk it, right? Maybe mute that tab. I'm not sure if that works. I'm not sure if muting the tab works. But, yeah, just lurking it, throwing it as the window behind things, and then, like, use your other windows as whatever. I'm pretty sure that's how that goes. But yeah, thank you, Vishwas. Appreciate you. Yeah, I think the biggest win would be running it in a whole different browser, and then just muting that browser. Because they can't detect that one. I believe they could detect the tab being muted. Twitch can also do so. All right, let's close some of these tabs. Let's get going on some PHP. So yeah, we installed ddev here. Falcon, I haven't even heard of Falcon. Oh, you're on Linux, right? So that's like a Linux browser. And hey, what's up, Pedro? And yeah, how you doing? Ethan, thank y'all for the lurks over there. It really does help. Before I started streaming to there at the same time, I only had like 100 watch hours. We're at like 1,200 now, which is awesome. In fact, yeah, let me double check that number. And this is just over the course of like a month or two. Probably 3 months. Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no worries, Vishwas. Yeah, we're at 11:35 right now. So yeah, thank all y'all. All right, so we should have Docker available now. We do. Sweet. We can get this out of the way. You know what we should do first? Vool. T7 repos Vexilla. We're gonna do one quick thing here. We're gonna head to clients. Oh, move client Elixir to Elixir. Oh, hold on. I don't want to commit that. Okay, there we go. So now we can head to clients. And yeah, how's it going, Husion? Oh, you were asking about the font? Thank you, Cinder. Yeah, appreciate you. Yeah, I missed that comment, Husion. Sorry. I didn't even see it, actually. Oh, no, I see. I thought your question, like I remember you said it before. I thought that was the second one. But yeah, what's the font I use? Yep, no worries. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, thanks, Cinder. All right, so let me get my mouse not hovering some random stuff. So getting started with DDev. System requirements good. Installed Docker. All right. I've heard of Fig. I have not used it though. And I think they got like a pricing system, right? Oh, I think you have to log into it, right? Yeah, so I really didn't want to log into it. It was free initially. Yeah, I mean, so I don't see any pricing yet. Oh, Fig has joined Amazon. So, yeah, there may not be any pricing, but it does require a login. I'm less interested in that. It's a thing, like, it could be cool. Meh. Yeah, the fact that Amazon bought them, that's kind of crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious how much Amazon bought them for. Because I would love to build a tool that gets acquired by some giant company. Yeah, it could be really useful for Cloud9, Code9, I knew what you meant. A few months ago? Okay. 2 mil? Oh, I bet it says in the article, huh? I knew what you meant, Mesmero. Yeah, I mean, I'm just hoping that they see some virtue in a static file-based feature flag tool. Right? If part of, like, the deal is I gotta work. Yeah, maybe like Vexilla. Yeah, right? Like work for the company, see it get merged, like add my own feedback and blah, 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 and, you know, stuff. Well, sure. I could take a job at Amazon. Maybe Vishwas. They already have like app config or remote config or whatever they call it. So maybe not as well. But I am just saying, Vexilla's for sale. You know. Oh, terms of the deal were not disclosed. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a pair of golden handcuffs if someone ends up wanting to, like, purchase the tool I make, you know, maybe not this one, but some tool, and then have me on staff. Oh, they had a 2 mil seed round. Oh, is that it? Oh. Yeah, if they had a 2 mil seed round, like a 2 mil seed is usually based upon the eventual value of the company being something like 30, right? But again, just an estimate. Some estimate site is saying like 5 mil. Again, 5 mil makes sense too. At 5 mil, the people who did their seed, they get whatever like guaranteed investment they get back. And then, you know, if it was 2 mil with a guaranteed like 100% back, then yeah, there's 1 mil to spread among the employees. Investors would probably say take that. Oh, they were a YC company? I didn't know that. Okay. I'm surprised a YC company sold that quickly. Typically, YC doesn't want you to sell until, like, you're like a $1 billion company. I find that interesting. Yeah, like, at least from what I've heard, YC would rather see the company fail than get a modest return. Yeah, Insomnia was bought by Kong, right? And Kong operated it well for a while and then totally fucked it over, right? So did Kong end up selling Insomnia, or did they just simply want to start getting some return? And yeah, no worries. Later, Angel. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Kong is the... Well, hold on. I mean, we can just go to the insomnia.rest website. By Kong. Yep. So Kong actually operated Insomnia for, like, several years without fucking it up. I'm guessing maybe Kong has like a new executive that was pushing for Insomnia to be profitable. Yeah, exactly, Vishwas. Basically, like, vendor locking you. Which is a shame, because I really like the way they do their triggers, but there's no patent. There's nothing that, like, forces or that keeps somebody from re-implementing the trigger system. So all we need to do is let someone fork Insomnia from the previous, like, you know, pre-whatever, right? Insomnia is open source. The new version may not be. I think that's part of it. So yeah, just forking Insomnia and naming it, what would be a good name for it? Ooh, melatonin. Yeah, melatonin.rest. Boom, nailed it. It would have to have the .rest, like, top-level domain, right? Ooh, sleepy.bar is available, though. I know, right? Hold on. All right, so insomnia. Insomnolence. Oh, there you go. Somnambulist.rest? I believe somnambulist is sleepwalker. Actually, sleepwalker's not bad. Just throwing it out there. If someone wants to fork insomnia, sleepwalker.rest. All right, so let's double check over here, ddev-v. Didn't I just do this? I could have sworn I just did this. And what up, Nick One? How you doing? And yeah, shit. FN Ernst, I might have forgotten to say thank you for that sub. Thank you for the sub, dude. And Abyss Gaming, thank you for the follow. How's it going, Behemoth? Internet crash? That sucks. Yeah, maybe it didn't work because Docker was missing. Yeah. Which would be weird, but... yeah, no, it's a thing. So what we can do... Depends on what I'm building. Probably for the most part, JSTS, right? If I'm building like a web application, you can't avoid it. Sorry, just double checking. Nothing's happening at work. I don't know why I decided to look over there. But yeah, so cd client PHP. It's a language, it's fine. I have no loyalty to a language. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Hell yeah. How frequently do I use SQL? Depends on the project again. Yeah, exactly, Fusion, right? Like, when people say they love or hate a language, right? Like, why would you love or hate something that can't love or hate you back? It's weird. Right? Why get so emotionally involved? But yeah, last time I had to write some SQL stuff, it's been a while. When I'm making a lot of my side projects that I need to host somewhere, I'm going to end up using probably like Dynamo, just because if I don't use it, then it doesn't cost me anything. All right, and it'll like scale with the amount of data I have inside of it. So yeah, as far as like side projects, things I'm bootstrapping out of my own pocket, I'm going to be doing serverless and DynamoDB and, you know, all the stuff that comes with that, like API gateway and blah, blah, blah. I tend to use a tool called Architect. I'll happily check out SST the next time I need to bootstrap a new project, but I don't feel the need to migrate any of my existing projects. So I do want to try SST in like a significant way. But I also have a bunch of utilities I've built up around Architect that really help me like spin up a REST API, create an open API document for it, and all that stuff. And yeah, no worries, Fusion. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good chatting. But yeah, because of the utilities I have built around Architect, there's also going to be a bit of like a learning curve and like oh, I need to port some tools over for SST at some point, which is fine. I think SST is most useful for people that are running Next.js and various like frameworks like that. Whereas I'm just looking for, you know, like I'm just looking for an API. For front end, I'm either going to have something statically built or a single page app. So far, I still don't see any need whatsoever for the types of tools I build for server-side rendering. Nah, not for me. So at that point, I'm not sure if SST is really that great of a fit due to just like the way I see it being used in many cases. Because I just need like a RESTful API or a REST-ish API. You're talking about SST? I mean, we don't necessarily know all the clients that they've been contracted to help migrate, right? Typically, a really good use case for SST is migrating people off of Vexilla, just due to like random things. But again, we don't know all the companies that they've helped out. We only know that Dax consistently tweets about helping people migrate their Next.js apps. I see absolutely zero use case for SST for something like Astro if I'm doing static generation. If it's static, dude, I can wire up pushing to S3 and CloudFront myself. I'm not worried about that. So I have heard that, yes, they support all sorts of frameworks, blah, blah, blah. I don't see any particular reason to do SST for Astro yet. I mean, I guess there will be... Well, keep in mind, SST is wrapping S3 and CloudFront and all that stuff. It's more, do you want to be locked into SST, or, you know, if you ever want to migrate to raw S3 CloudFront. I've done that enough times that I don't mind that process. I don't mind setting that up once per project. Right? SST is a wrapper around AWS like services and tools, for sure. For certain things, I could see it totally being useful. If I were running Next.js and needed server-side rendering, sure, man. Yeah. If I'm gonna have just one API endpoint for like signing up for a form or something, SST could work. It would be better than Architect in that case, because Architect works best if you have a dedicated AWS account for it, because of the way that things get kind of muddy. So if SST has a better way of like segmenting your billing and stuff like that per application and like understanding that could be useful. Especially because like I don't want to have to create a whole brand new account just for some like S3 and Lambda stuff. No, SST is just like tooling built around AWS. That's it. No, Railway is a hosting provider. SST is not a hosting provider. SST is a dev tool for working with AWS. They don't support other cloud providers, as far as I know. Maybe they do, but as far as I know, SST is AWS specific. But it's to help you get up and running with AWS in a quicker way. Sure, yeah, it's just to improve the user experience and also like the dashboards and reporting and all that other junk that they provide in their cloud. So that, like, you're looking at the framework. That's actually irrelevant, right? Jekyll, I don't know what Hyde is specifically. I'm assuming Hyde is like the server-side portion of things if you want to wire up a form. But like the framework is actually less relevant than the place that you're going to put it. And that's what SST is helping you do, to help you put it on AWS. So whatever your static site generator is and your server-side function for it, SST is to help you put it on AWS easier. Meanwhile, you could just use something like render and get a server-side function real easy. If you just have one endpoint, you know? At that point, Vexilla is probably fine. Yeah, what I would want to see is how SST would help me set up like WebSockets with API Gateway, SQS, like all those things that I get really easily through Architect. So Vishwas, difficulty is really not the way you'd want to think about that. Liability and cost are ways you want to think about that. Difficulty isn't it. Cost is actually it. Liability protection for if you fuck up the payment system, right? It's going to cost you, I think, like $100,000 just to like work with the credit card companies directly if you wanted to set up a payment system. Like bare minimum $100,000. Video playing, you better have $100,000 in the bank just to handle bandwidth costs. Why not Heroku? Cost. Heroku, you're setting up one single node rather than a serverless infrastructure like SST is wrapping AWS. So Vatson, a single VM or VPS hosted by Heroku, has the same exact scalability problems as a VPS on any other provider too. Whereas serverless, good luck taking down Lambda. So if you're worried about like a Reddit hug of death or a, you know, being slash dotted or the dig effect or whatever it's called nowadays, you're not going to take down S3 and serverless. It's real easy to take down a Heroku instance. No, I think you're misunderstanding what SST is for. So, okay, maybe you do understand it. I don't know what service Amazon has that does those. Right? I would say go check their website and look for any mention of that kind of thing. And if you don't find it, maybe just check with DAX, right? Like THDAXR, the DAX Rad or whatever. You know, if you can't find it on their docs page, double check it with a tweet. I'm pretty sure he'd be down to respond. Wait, hold on. Did I spell it right? THD... Is it AXR or just XR? It's just THDXR, not with an A. Yeah. I would say if you're at all curious about SST, tweeting and tagging him is probably the way to go. Maybe they have a Discord or something. I don't fucking know. But check their docs first. Check if they have a Discord first. If all else fails, check out the tweet. Hey, it finished. Nice. Hey, and D-Dev's there. Nice. So Mesmira, are you talking about like just Elasticsearch itself, or are you talking about like the AWS service for it? I just want to double check that. I can't remember if AWS has named their service differently. Okay, so AWS calls it Elasticsearch as well. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if SST has support for that. I have no idea. All right, so ddev config. Oh, that's the wrong place. I don't care about that part. Oh, OpenSearch is the name? Okay, that makes more sense. Because I would assume Elasticsearch was a trademark that they wouldn't be able to use unless they owned it. All right, so project type. It's just PHP. Oh, and that was the default too. So here in the .ddev file, yep, we see PHP version. This is going to be 7.4. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, we said 7.4 was okay. No, not quite the same thing, Vatson. I think SST has a bit more of a scope. But yeah, like Apex/up is a really cool like idea. It's just a shame that he completely abandoned the JS ecosystem for Go. I believe Apex is written in Go now too. But yeah, TJ Holloway Chuck. I really wonder what that dude's up to. He made so much of the software we like use every day. It's kind of crazy, like in the JSTS world. Right? He wrote Express. He wrote Connect. I think he wrote Connect at least. Like, dude, he's done so much. Koa? I mean, not many people use Koa. But yeah, I gave a talk about Koa way back in the day, like 2016. About migrating from Express to Koa. Just because Express didn't have async await support. Or technically generator support back in the day. So Mark, I'm making an SDK. I need as broad of compatibility as I can get. We already went and decided upon our version based upon the versions of WordPress and PHP that are massively used within the world. 7.4 is the one that satisfies 90% of users out there. 7.4 will solve 90% of WordPress developers and 90% of PHP developers, as of the last time the stats were reported. So faster and safer doesn't matter because we need compatibility, because this is an SDK for other developers to consume. Like, I don't even need Nginx FPM. I don't need database. I don't need any of this shit. I don't need Node.js in there. Ooh, but I do have to pee. So give me just a second. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. And yeah, I'm gonna go see if maybe I can just remove a few of these things, like the Node.js version and some of that, because I don't need them. Maybe we got to look at their docs a bit. Let's go look at the ddev docs, just to be sure. So I'll be right back. See you in a sec. I'm back. Yeah, how's it going, Mark? What are you up to? It's probably fine. I bet we can just leave it. Yeah, we'll just leave the defaults. Actually, I'm not sure Xdebug's gonna matter if we're just doing like CLI invocation. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. All right, so our next steps as far as getting started. Ddev config. Oh, reconfiguring. Oh, never mind. And hold on, wait. So we do have a composer file. Oh, and actually this is Vexilla /client. I think that'll work. Oh, Symfony is still definitely a thing. A lot of people use Laravel, which still uses some Symfony components, right? Such as, I think, HTTP request and response, some of those things. And hey, what's up, Ripsnake? How you doing? All right, so required dev. Here we go. So we're going to say 7.4. Looks like our original code was written at a 7.0 level. And this is just like 2 years ago. Oh, and I should have annotated what MB aware was for. Ah, MB is multi-byte. There we go. That makes sense. Yeah, so it's for like Unicode, like special characters, other languages, etc. I'm not sure I care about that. Yeah, we're gonna have to like test that a bit. Oh, you know what I want to do though? Hold on. We're gonna configure individual language settings because, hold on, PHP there should be an elephant. And right, we should probably change the annotations to like a purple or something. It's a bit dark. We should probably go lighter. All right, there we go. Gotta get our annotations, right? So if anyone doesn't know what I was just doing, that is assorted biscuits. If you're using VS Code, you can get it right now. And it supports all sorts of languages. We should probably update it and see if we could add some more, right? Like Ruby and a few others. $1,600 installs. Ooh, buddy. 8.3 on HTML biscuits. I think it was even longer ago. That's just the last time we updated it. And yeah, time really does fly. How you doing, Krasner? All right, so what we're going to end up doing first is types.php. Real quick, hold on. Let's look at our composer JSON. We're going to need a PHP unit. These versions are probably out of date a bit. Is there anything else we need as a dependency? Lambo pre-ordered. Damn right. Damn right. But yeah, thanks for that sub. Oh, and Ingestal, Ingestel? I don't know if I said that right. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, thanks, Goddard. I know your tricks. You're just trying to increase the amount of like beverages I'm willing to purchase in Vegas for you. Right? Well, I guess he subbed. I might as well buy him 10 more drinks. It's coming up quick, man. Yeah. You better start thinking about it, otherwise you're not going to be packed by the day you got to fly out. I got laundry I got to do. And a stacking. Well, if that's how it works, don't mind if I do. I mean, I'll definitely buy you a drink or few. Right? More than 2. When I travel to New York, Mr. Stacking. Still haven't bought, like, the hotel room or flight, actually. And it's coming up in just a few weeks. It's coming up quick. But yeah, are we still thinking Lower East Side? I've heard someone else say the Village, and another person said... Shit, I forget what the other person said. I totally forget the other spot they were saying. But yeah, what do you think? The Village or Lower East Side? Where's the place that we want to go partying? I guess Lower East Side is like where, you know, the younger folks are. Whereas like Village is closer to like 30-somethings. I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of hoping for like wherever there's good food as well. Oh, and I bet caught her. Shit. Yeah, that's gnarly. Yeah, I guess I just keep forgetting that you actually have family that lives out there. Yeah, exactly, Stacking. We got to figure out which bars and which food we're going to be eating. You know? Anyone from the New York area? If we want to go out and party and have a chill time and maybe, like, catch a random, like, you know, indie concert or something, like, I don't know. What's the better place to, like, hang out in New York? Really, Cotter? I bet you could. I bet you could. If anything, just to take your mind off it. But again, up to you. Also, you'd probably save a bunch of money by doing it. As long as you have, like, refundable all that shit. If it's non-refundable, there's no way in hell I would not go. Like, oh my god. Non-refundable tickets for, or like hotel room? Oh, man. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. You couldn't prevent me from going if I already paid for everything and it's non-refundable. You could not prevent me from going. Oh, man. I could pinch a penny and make Abraham Lincoln yell a bit. Oh, there you go. That'd be cool. right? Making sure that they put their card on file for incidentals. Yeah. You don't want someone eating like $1,000 worth of like roasted cashews, you know? Like, oh God. And that's just one container. I do think it would be nice to take your mind off of it, Cotter. But again, do whatever you want. Because otherwise, what are you going to do? Just sit home and worry? You'd be worrying no matter where you are. You're going on a cruise ship? Cool, I've never been on a cruise. Sit at home and drink? Sure, you can hang out and drink too. Like, just saying. It'd be basically the same thing, but you'd have people around to take your mind off it. I think there is major power in misdirection. But again, do whatever you want. I don't want to be the one that convinces you and then you hate it. Going with family? Yeah, sounds cool. Yeah, I'm not much of a water person. I think I get seasick a bit. So that'd be tricky for me. I know, I got you, Cotter. But there's still, like, something inside me that will not let me waste that. Really stacking? See, I'm of the mind that, like, anytime I'm like, I'd rather just stay home and cancel, anytime I actually make myself go, like, I'm so much happier because I got myself out of the house and, like, went and chatted with real people and hung out and, like, all that. No, I don't know what song that is at all. What song is that? Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, like, just this past Sunday, a friend invited me out to, like, oh, yeah, I don't know George Thorogood. I know, like, his one, like, bad. I know that song and that's it. Yeah, I've never listened to that much George Thorogood. But yeah, like, I went out of the house last Sunday, had a great time chatting with people, got to chat with someone that I thought for some reason, like, they didn't like me, you know? Just due to, like, some interactions previously. So it was nice to, like, just, boom, like, I don't know. It was cool. It was really cool. Like, I'm one of those people that needs to be dragged somewhere, but I'm really happy once I'm dragged there. Because it's outside the norm. I like forced social stuff because I am typically non-social. Not antisocial, just asocial. Right? Antisocial would mean I don't like being social. Asocial just means, like, I'm not the one pushing myself to be so most of the time. It takes having some good friends to get me out of the house. Except for, like, Seattle JS and some of those things that I actually view as part of, like, my career path. Getting good at giving presentations I consider part of my career path. Being able to talk to other engineers I consider part of my career path. But okay, so PHP 7.4. Docs. Yeah, do they have a good way of setting like version here in the docs? Nope. Not like, so I get it for the job too, but I also, like, I would love to do DevRel, in which communication is absolutely necessary. Right? Talking in front of crowds, explaining ideas in the broadest possible way. Things like that. Yeah, this is a problem I have with the PHP docs. I want the 7.4 version of things. BOFH? What does that mean? Never heard of it. Okay, so these are going to be classes, right? It's going to be within the Vexilla namespace, though. Ooh, and yeah, what's the way we want to set up enums? Oh, okay. So there's ways they do that. It's just not where I was expecting it. So we may want to just do it with define. Ah, okay. So I'd want to put it on a class maybe, yep. So example 1, something like that. This is one major cool thing that PHP does for their docs by having like the user contributed notes and stuff. Yeah, all right, so we're going to do the const syntax. So this is not that. Ooh, yeah. What do we use for auto formatting these days? And yeah, I think I want to bring the Go code as like our reference right now. So feature type is going to be a class with a const of gradual selective toggle value. Yeah, I mean, I typically don't do it that way. I just don't care. I just want something to format it for me. Is there a good opinionated formatter? Pretty PHP? Oh, that's not it. Oh, Code Sniffer is the tool, right? Yeah. So I see CS Fixer here. We see 2 million downloads for this one, and it says Formatter is part of it. Is it using Code Sniffer under the hood? Yeah, we need to install this. It's going to have other stuff I care about too. There we go. All right, so yeah, it does the new line. Yeah, is that something established by PSR2? I know indentation is established by PSR2. There's a plugin for Prettier in PHP. That is not PSR2 compliant right there, though. Right? PSR2 is 2 spaces. Isn't it? Oh, PSR2 is deprecated. PSR12 is the way. Ah. So PSR2, they go on new line. Indentation is... Oh, it looks like it's 4 spaces. Oh, okay. Wait. Studley Caps is Pascal case. I like Studley Caps. That's a good name. That's a solid name. Yeah, code must be 4 spaces. Okay. All right, so then feature type here. Yeah, const some value, and we should be doing const case. Yeah, all right, so const gradual. Wait, should I be doing single paren? Yeah, single quote. Because in PHP, it's still faster to use single quotes, right? Because double quotes are interpolated. And we don't have any interpolation we want to do for this. Ooh, the 0 references thing. That's kind of cool. Ooh, yeah, this is a nice extension right here. So yeah, const toggle gradual selective and value. So we're going to keep going through the list and just implement all of these. Schedule type is another. Global. What's up? How you doing, chatting? So, stacking. Do you have a preference of Lower East Side versus the Village? Of, like, where we go and party and hang out? Yeah, we're doing some PHP. It's been a while for me, and technically, when I was doing a lot of PHP, I didn't do some of these patterns that we're going to be following, so it'll be a little effort. Yeah, there you go, stacking. Yeah, just let me know. I'll probably try and hit you up again within the next week or so. Well, probably after TwitchCon. Just to confirm before I buy my tickets and stuff. Enjoyed? I find joy in all of them, so that one's tough. Because Elixir is so loosey-goosey? No, I haven't, Taz. I don't mind doing my own conversions. Like, I don't know. ChatGPT just doesn't fit my role. Like, what I do. I don't mind typing this out. But yeah, like, Elixir was nice because, like, loosey-goosey type system, everything's in, like, an associative map. So I can look things up as strings, which is both good and bad. It means I need to write more tests to make sure I don't fuck stuff up. Because if you're not running a bit of code, you don't know if it works or not. You know, like old school JavaScript. But I was able to hammer out that SDK real quick. The C# probably took me a good 4 or 5 days. The Elixir SDK was like basically 2, maybe 2.5. The Rust SDK took me a good 5. The Go SDK took me a good 5. Just depending, like how we got to implement things, how we got to test them, how I need to look up what libraries to use for time zone and like date stuff. No, I get it, Taz. It totally makes sense. There's just so little that we gotta do that, meh. Oh, Larabi. You should check it out. They measure performance in microseconds. Elixir is built on top of Erlang, and Erlang was designed for telephony. So, right? Performance is important. Oh, Elixir actually outperforms Erlang in a couple, like, benchmarks. Yeah. Yeah, Elixir actually beats Erlang on a couple benchmarks. It's kind of crazy. Because it's a syntax extension to Erlang, basically. But holy shit. Somehow it ends up being faster. Like for a thing that would never matter to you. But just keep in mind that Elixir is running the same bytecode on the same VM. So Elixir versus Erlang, tomato. You can use Erlang inside of Elixir. Yeah, it's all OTP based. Yep, it's all message passing. No, it's not compiling to Erlang, it's compiling to the same bytecode. Erlang also compiles to a bytecode that runs on the VM, which is the Beam VM. So very similar to how Kotlin compiles to the same bytecode that runs on the Java VM. There you go, stacking. Yeah. The key thing you're going to need to get used to, Larabi, is that Elixir is a functional language, which means no mutable state. Right? Your maps, when you want to modify a map, you're going to call a function that modifies that map, but it returns a new map. You're not modifying the original one, you're just taking the existing one and doing some stuff to it to give a new one. So it's a very functional language. You're going to have currying and piping and all that stuff, right? Yeah, pure functions. If you're used to any other functional language like OCaml or whatever, Elixir is going to feel really familiar. And technically, Elixir, my experience with Elixir made OCaml seem a little familiar. When DM Mulroy is showing us some things about OCaml, I appreciate the fact that he explains it in a way that other people who haven't dealt with these things would understand it. But because I've done enough with Elixir, a lot of the things he's talking about make total sense to me. Right? The currying, the piping, all that. Functional programming is expensive. CPU-wise, sure, but it's also really safe as well. You don't think Elixir is purely functional? I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that stacking. I don't think so. As far as I remember, there's no state. You can't modify anything in place. It's all message passing. So Elixir takes and Erlang as well, takes the actor model to its extreme. Everything is message passing between processes. Now, keep in mind that they are Beam VM processes, not necessarily OS processes, but it's still the same abstractions, right? The same separation of concerns. As far as I'm aware, Elixir is almost as functional as Haskell, except that you don't have the ability to create your own operators. No type system, Larobi. The lack of a type system is a big problem for a lot of people. You can definitely do some stuff that, like, enforces a contract of types and properties on a struct, etc. But it's still not the same. So I think editor tooling is a place where Elixir needs to catch up a lot. No, so stacking, right? Like, you can define a contract for the props that need to be on a struct, but nothing in your editor will tell you if that thing you're trying to, like, use is a thing until you go and run it. So there's a problem, like, editor tooling is actually, like, the lack. Like, they have types, and it'll yell at you about those types. And it'll be, like, super, like, stable, like, that process will just fail, but the entire application will never die. That's the key difference between, like, Go or Rust and Elixir. Elixir's main process will basically never die. Individual processes might die, sure, but your main, you're good. As long as you're obeying OTP and, like, the message passing, like, constructs and supervisors and blah, 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 Elixir is massively scalable. We're working on some PHP code, but we're talking about Elixir at the moment. Yeah, like, Elixir and Erlang's #1 value proposition is uptime. As an example, I haven't touched the Stream Parrot API in like a year and a half. Haven't even touched it. It's just happily chugging along. All right, so the thing we're building is an SDK for Vexilla, which is a static file-based feature flag tool. Magento 2 dev front end? I mean, that's fine. Yeah, Huxies. You might be slightly memeing a bit. Yes, I know Magento is complex, but the complexity is worth it when you consider the level of configuration and theming, etc., that modern e-commerce needs. You need to be able to have a theme that inherits from your other themes that adds maybe like snow falling during Christmas time, right? Or adds fireworks or whatever at 4th of July, right? Various like theming things like that are the reason why Magento's theming is so complex, because e-commerce needs that shit. As far as I know, there's not a single e-commerce tool that comes close to the level of capability that Magento still has. Yeah, it's completely different from any other thing you've ever used, but it is incredibly powerful. Vatson, like, keep in mind, we don't like X versus Y type stuff here. It's not productive. It doesn't help at all. When you say so bloated, you're still missing the fact that that bloat is there because it's trying to solve enterprise e-commerce. When you say hard and complicated, it's that way for a reason, because it has more power than any other thing as well. Next.js's layout system is barely approaching the capability of Magento's theming system. Like, not even close. As far as, like, what you can inherit and just add to. Not even close. Like, there's not a single e-commerce system out there that approaches the capabilities of Magento. I gotcha, Vats. I gotcha. But just keep in mind, like, we don't know that. We don't know you. And those jokes aren't productive. They actually do harm. Because people will see that joke and assume you're serious. without the context you just added for us. Benbridge Jewelers, like major e-commerce, probably still uses Magento because Shopify, even with all their extensions and plugins, doesn't even approach the level of capability of a Magento site. And you can make Magento really fast if you do caching right. I've done Magento sites. I get it. Like, yeah, you can do amazing shit with it. It can be really slow if you're fucking up. Right? With great power comes great responsibility. You know? All that. No. Sorry. Hoxie's Vatson said it was a joke. Right? You guys are kind of talking past each other. I was responding to Vatson's comment about Smarty greater than Magento. Right? Those types of pithy, jokey statements don't actually have any value because people that don't know any better will take it as truth. Especially without a kappa or something making it immediately obvious that it's a joke. So, yeah, just saying, Vatson. There is a kappa rule in chat and basically on the internet. Without any immediately, like, obvious thing that you're joking, we don't know you're joking. Right? Oh, I remember Smarty, for sure. I remember Smarty, I remember... Oh shit, I'm forgetting the name of it, so I guess I don't remember it that well. Right, like the symphony one? I don't know. So yeah, again, Hoxies, I want to point out, those comments about, like, you're happy you left Magento too, like, that's fine. I'm glad you're at a job you like now, but talking shit about any tool or language without a technical reason for it, not allowed here. At all. Twig, that was the one. Thank you, Taz. Yeah, I meant Twig. Yep. Yeah. Templating. For sure, man. I've done it. I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers. You remember? But I'm just saying, right? Like, without a technical constraint, any of these, like, thing bad or thing good comments are bullshit. And the world would be better without them. If you want to talk about performance of Magento, yes, if you don't precompile your templates and use some caching, then you're going to fuck up. Right? Anything's slow if you're fucking up. So I get that too, Hoxies, but again, the DX is the way it is because of the power it provides. And so far, I have not yet seen anything provide that level of power with a better DX. At some point, to give that level of power, you have to give the user enough things to manipulate that power. And that harms DX, but improves what you're able to do. Right? DX is actually improved because you can do these things rather than having to write it yourself. Recompiling caching issues. Again, caching issues are easy. When someone modifies something from the back end, you flush the cache and you're done. Right? So caching issues sounds like you didn't set up your, your cache flush triggers properly. Right? Oh, hold on. I was seeing if we could find my thing. I think I was actually trying to flush total cache instead. Yeah, they don't bring it up. Damn. For a long time, some article I had about... yeah, no, my post was about flushing W3 total cache programmatically. So yeah, not Magento. Took me a second to remember which one it was about. So Hoxies, you're talking about purely from a front-end perspective. That's it, right? That is such like a narrower niche that, sure, that sucked. But Magento is bigger than that. Again, I challenge you to find an e-commerce tool or system that approaches the level of configurability and power that Magento 2 has. I haven't seen it yet. Plenty of things have tried. Oh, did Adobe buy Magento? I forgot about that. I totally forgot about that. Good catch. I didn't even realize that. I know, years ago, but I forgot. Like, dude, I don't know. I haven't used it for a while. Keep that in mind. But I have launched Magento sites for clients. Totally. I have worked on a giant jeweler's website. Technically, the thing I did for that jeweler was identify their duplicate images so they could cut down on storage costs, which was kind of fun. I had to do a bunch of like perceptual diff type stuff. All right, value type is another const thing we need. Ooh, we're gonna need time type. I'm not sure where that one went. It's gonna be, though, let's look at value type. String, int, float. There's still a community edition? Oh, cool. Wait, what do you mean by that, Taz? As far as like the image deduping? Yeah, this was 5 years ago plus. Maybe even longer. Could you imagine how expensive it would be to call like some API for that shit, though? They had 30,000 images, with 10K being duplicates. Could you imagine how expensive ChatGPT would be for that? Might have even been 40,000, and like we trimmed down 10K. I remember that. Second, because people would upload separate images for maybe like a new run of some jewel, right? Oh, well, yeah, this is a different product technically because we sourced the diamonds from somewhere else. So it's a different price, but we still want to be able to sell the old stock, right? Someone would just upload the image from their computer because they're not computer people. There was also cases where like one would be cropped differently. So one would be missing like the bottom like empty space or top empty space. So I had to like actually do a like, let me remove 30% from the top, check the diff. Let me remove 30% from the bottom, check the diff. So yeah, there was a bunch of like weird edge cases to it as well. All right, so hold on. Time type, I missed that one. Where is it? Schedule time type, there it is. Yeah, exactly, Larobi. Yeah. The cost of the API is almost as if you just had someone like Mechanical Turk checking these things for you. A local neural net could probably do it, but again, this was 5 years ago, and that just wasn't an option at the time. Perceptual diff was all I could do. Ah, hold on. We can set the PHP version? Sick. Oh, that's even better. Okay, yeah, this extension, killing it. All right, so we got our enums that we care about. Are there other types we want to, like, create? I think so. Yeah, Mechanical Turk is actually kind of a good idea. Yeah, Mechanical Turk is still, I think, useful for all sorts of stuff, if you can actually set up the prompting in the right way. There was a company here in Seattle called, like, C-Sats, like C-Sats, and they had a thing for, like, rating surgeon performance using video. So they would take video and they would have like a committee of like other surgeons review the surgeon's like, stuff they were doing, etc. But then they would also send it out to Mechanical Turk and just have some simple prompts of like, watch this 30-second clip. Did the surgeon's hand shake more than you would expect, or like things like that. Right? Like easy prompts, but still farming it out in aggregate, because you can't expect surgeons to do like, 24/7 reviews of other surgeons. And that would be expensive as fuck, wouldn't it? So yeah, it was a really cool idea. They were using Meteor at the time. And yeah, this was before GraphQL and Apollo and a lot of that stuff. Like before the React and other like rendering framework support. So yeah, like whenever they would give a presentation about Meteor stuff, it was basically like, and here's the shit we had to work around, which was fun. Blaze templates were terribly slow. So here's what we did to fix it. The long tailing of the mini Mongo or whatever had some issues for us. So we had to opt for some other thing. Haven't seen them for ages. I actually interviewed, or maybe didn't interview, but sent my resume at one point to them. Kind of glad I didn't get that job. Just saying. I would have had to drive into Seattle. Like, ugh. It would have sucked. This was back, like, when I was trying to get my first, like, salaried job. Oh, no, I did do an interview. It was just the phone interview. I didn't make it to the in-person. I don't think. All right, so yeah, we need to create some of these types. So the next bit is this one. Just trying to make sure I'm not skipping over a few of these things. Yeah, we need to annotate it as public, and we need the $sign in front of it. That's right. Yes, as of PHP 7.4, which we're using, we can say it's an int or a string. I think question mark string means it's optional. Cool. Now, hold on. Let me go back. Let's look at our types. Do we need to annotate like int64? Or is int just fine? I think it's just int. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, int, float, bool. Cool. There you go. Oh, that's right. No native Unicode support. Yeah, I think we're good. So yeah, public int start, public int end. Oop. Do I need to define a constructor? I forget if PHP has implicit constructors. So parent constructor is not called implicitly. I remember that. Oh, it does have implicit constructors? Oh shit, it's already 6:14. We haven't seen Robotic Head yet. Robotic Head, you out there? Yeah, good call, Cinder. I didn't even realize it was 6. The time flew today. So wait. By an implicit constructor, it's an empty constructor, though. That's right. So I still need to define the constructor if I want to be able to do like a, you know, like a new schedule. That's right. Is that correct? Yeah, to initialize the properties. Exactly. That's what I meant by implicit constructor. Like, would it already, like, create a constructor to do that for me? And it doesn't. So, just double check it. Right? The implicit constructor is just empty, and it doesn't assign any props. That's for, like, default values. This is not about default. And I think that depends on the version, right? So, Larobi, what he's saying is, like, equals, you know, 42. That is valid syntax, but that has nothing to do with what I need to do with it. unless they're static. Right? Anything instance-based is assumed to mean that it has to have a new called on it. Statics can still be defined in the way we were talking about. What do you mean by that, Larobi? Do you mean static? Or do you mean instance? And when you're talking about a property on an object, you should probably call it a property. If you mean something different, well then, yeah, you mean something different. But I don't know, man. Yeah, so Larobi, static is the term for that. Interesting that it's not auto-completing this for me. Do I need to annotate it as public? Hold on. Let me look at this. Public. Oh, I need the function keyword. That's right. No, it's construct. I'm looking at the docs right now. Like, come on, man. Think about it this way, Taz. The method is what it does, not what it is. That'll help you in naming conventions in the future. All right, so I wish there was a good boilerplate for that. And there might be in like PHP 8. But it's the type, the variable name, type, variable name. All right. So int, oop. Okay. So I didn't actually need these. I can define them within the constructor. That's my mistake. Okay. I forgot about that part. Wait, no? Oh, what I'm trying to do is just a PHP 8 thing. See? Oh, you're right, and it says it right there. Damn. That would have been nice. Yeah, good call. Broad compatibility. We're making an SDK. We need it to be usable by as many people as possible. It is, but WordPress still supports it. Yeah, 7.4. I think the $sign is implied when we're doing that. Yeah. Okay. So it's just going to be start. I think it's 6 of them, right? Yeah, 6. As many as we can, Owen. But yeah, Randy, right? You could use it on WordPress. Wouldn't that be awesome? Especially for a plugin that you're releasing to people? And yeah, hold on. I haven't heard from Robotic Head yet. Oh, no, there's a message. Oh, he won't be able to make it today. Something came up. All right, yeah. Thank you for reminding me to check there, Cinder. So yeah, we got no dictated time we got to stop anyway. Again, just because it's the common case doesn't mean we can't make something for a really good plugin. Welcome back, Fusion. 300 points. You mean channel points? Yeah, no worries. So yeah, this is basically the process we're going through. So I think we can knock out most of this type system today. Let's try it. Let's see. So, and I think public is default, isn't it? So I could get rid of a lot of these publics. I think that would be clean. Ooh, looks like no, we need the public. Okay, never mind. I guess I was thinking of something else. I don't think we need raw features. It'll just be features? Yeah, it's just features, so we don't need base environment anymore either. Ooh, okay, so how do we define a type? Leet, I'm gonna ignore your comments, and yeah, you're hidden. Because that's some weird fucking political bullshit you're pulling. That's over on the YouTube. So yeah, hold on. How do we denote a record type in PHP? Type for record string. Hey, time enjoyed. What's up? Yeah, what's up, everyone? How you doing? Man, been a long time since we've seen ya. I guess I was hanging out in your chat at one point, somewhat recently, but yeah, been a bit. Pair programming with ChatGPT, doing some Svelte and Flask. The goal, an MBTI chatbot site? What is MBTI? Short stream? Yeah, it has been a while. Are you gonna be at TwitchCon? I think we're trying to get like a big group of streamers together just to hang out at least one of the nights. I assume, like, I'm gonna be trying to hang out with all the other streamers every night, but you know. We didn't actually book any venue because they were expensive and they were kind of like meh. INTP. Oh, so it's like the personality types. Yeah, I'm INTP. No, it's fine. You should have it recorded somewhere, but yeah. Yeah, INTP-T. I forget what the T stands for, like technician or some bullshit. The description of INTP-T is dead on balls accurate. But, you know, just memorizing what all that stuff means. Ugh. But no, it's cool. Yeah, sounds fun. And you're going to be watching Little Shop of Horrors. Is that like the old Rick Moranis version? Or is there like a newer version? Didn't prepare enough for TwitchCon? Aw, that's a bummer. Maybe next year. 86? Yeah, that's got to be the Rick Moranis, Steve Martin version. That's a shame. I mean, it's not too hard to get going unless you haven't requested off of work, and it's coming up next week. So yeah, if you didn't request off work, a week's notice is probably no good. Yeah, I mean, for good reason. There's something oddly alien about Steve Martin, isn't there? Maybe it's just the hair color, I guess, right? The fact that he's like fully like gray, like when he was the age of what, 25 or some shit? I don't know. There's something I just don't trust there. Oh yeah, like Prime, I think Theo, Bash Bunny, like just all the streamers, Bad Cop, like everybody. Yeah, it's gonna be a big old cool group. At least one of the nights we're trying to like organize a get together. No idea where. As far as a buffet, I've never eaten at a Vegas buffet. Only time I've ever been to Vegas, I was a broke snowboard bum. Ooh, you're right. Sergeant Bilko is good. Yeah. That one, he doesn't seem too bad. He seems like somewhat human in that one. Sergeant Bilko's a fantastic film. I forgot about that one. Do you hear that? Or no, do you smell that? I smell money. Right? Yeah, I don't know about in Little Shop of Horrors. I just mean, like, in a bunch of other things he's done. So all these comments are super old. They are not relevant. Yeah, let's go look at some like example type declarations maybe. Feed me, Seymour. Like, yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a good movie. It's solid. Yeah, you're gonna enjoy the film. Just, yeah, Steve Martin as, like, the crazy dentist. Not ideal. That sounds about right, Stacking. I like the part in Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, though, where he plays Ruprecht. Oklahoma! Like, yeah, like, that's maybe Steve Martin's best acting role ever. As Ruprecht in Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. I haven't seen the newer, like, Only Murders in the Building. I bet it's good. I'd be worried that I couldn't handle Steve... hold on, not Steve Martin. Martin Short. I can only handle, like, a very small amount of Martin Short. Which is kind of interesting, like, based on his last name and all. I can't stand his Jiminy Glick persona. It's awful. It's the worst. He's only good in The Three Amigos and Inner Space. Name another good Martin Short film. I dare you. Anyone that says Clifford, you're going to get banned. I'm kidding. You're not going to get banned for saying Clifford, but that movie is so infuriating. So infuriating. No, keep in mind, stacking. I'm talking Martin Short. We already pivoted from Steve Martin. Is Martin Short in Father of the Bride? I don't think he is. Right? The bit in Father of the Bride when, like, Steve Martin is breaking down about the amount of hot dogs per hot dog bun. That's a great scene. Wait, Martin Short's actually in Father of the Bride? Well, shit. I might have to actually rewatch that film. But real quick, Hart, thank you for that follow. Welcome. And yeah, hold on. We talked about your app. Time enjoyed. Yeah, I think that's a fun app. How far along are you? If you're still around, if not, no worries. Everyone coming from Time Enjoyed stream, we are working on a static file-based feature flag tool. Today we're working on the PHP SDK to consume that static file, and we are becoming a little more familiar with the PHP type system, which is new as of PHP 7.4, but I haven't done any PHP as of 7.4. So the type system's a little new to me, so I got a little learning to do. What I'm basically trying to figure out is how I could do like a record type of like a string to an object kind of thing. Wait, Martin Short was on Second City? I guess. I'm thinking of something completely different. Yeah, I never watched any Second City. Shit. What's the one that had like Joe Piscopo before he got onto like Saturday Night Live? The one that had the guy that wrote Seinfeld before he wrote Seinfeld. What was that one? Fridays or something like that? I liked Fridays. Mark Blankenship, like bunch of people, like character actors for the most part. But yeah, Fridays was good. It had Kramer from Seinfeld. I forget the dude's name. Alice in Wonderland 1999? I never saw that. Yeah, I don't even know. Okay, makes sense, Taz. I was just curious if they existed. I just wanted to double check first. We could always define a method that has the return type, and we just check if it's available and, you know, do some of that. SPL? Ooh, I don't remember what SPL even is. But yeah, like basically like the getC. We could do stuff like that. So we could have a function that's a getter on the associative array. That's not a bad option. Not on the associative array, but of the associative array, right? Like as a prop within our class. And yeah, we can do a nullable return type. Ooh. Okay, so that's what the question mark means. That means nullable. Okay. I just want to double check if there's something different I should be doing, right? I think the getter function is probably the move for any lookup. There's array accessor and iterator. Okay. Oh, right. I could do like an interface. But yeah, I still need like an object lookup type instead. I guess technically, when I say object, like everything's an array, technically. So array accessor would probably be fine. Yeah, hold on. Right? Because associative array is just, you know, like the lookup. Yeah. Array accessor PHP. They actually do distinguish between them? Like, is that a new thing? Like, is that supported in 7.4? Or is it something that I only get with, like, 8.x? And let me respond to Robotic Head proper. So, let's pour another beverage. It's a Saturday. We can party again. In 5.4? Yeah, I think I saw, like, something for that for 5.4. So in 7.x, it's fully implemented? Okay. Yeah, exactly, Bob, that I know. Like, it's basically 3 amigos and inner space for me, and that's it. People are saying, like, most recently in the Only Murders in the Building, it's pretty good. And Steve Martin is also in that, right? And they're both pretty good in it, sure. As long as Martin Short is not too over the top, I think that's the problem I have with Martin Short. Like, he's way too over the top. And I think Steve Martin is similar in, like, some of his, like, character portrayals as well. Right? He's, like, too exaggerated for modern day appreciation. Oh, I'm not gonna like his character in Father of the Bride. Yeah, I get it. It makes sense. Oh, he's the wedding planner dude. Okay. I can almost already, like, picture it. I could still watch it at some point. No big deal. I'll check it out. Hold up. For Steve Martin, there's The Jerk. He has a bunch of great movies, actually. My Blue Heaven is possibly one of his best movies ever. My parents quote that one all the fucking time. Disorderlies. I don't remember Disorderlies. I remember Steve Martin in Mixed Nuts. That one's great. He's over the top in Only Murders as well? Okay. He was in How I Met Your Mother. I never watched a single episode of that show. I think I might have caught like 5 minutes and hated it. You know, like, yeah. Not for me. Yeah, I've never seen an entire episode of How I Met Your Mother. I put it in the same vein of like just shitty sitcom as like Big Bang Theory. And I hate Big Bang Theory. I think I've seen a whole episode of Big Bang Theory before. Jack Frost? Was Martin Short in Jack Frost? Who did he play in Jack Frost? No. That was Michael Keaton. Santa Claus. Okay. He was Jack Frost in Santa Claus. Yeah, in the movie Jack Frost, Jack was played by Michael Keaton. So yeah, stacking. I think he mixed up a couple movies. I am a sitcom snob, but only so much. Like, I love a shitty sitcom that knows it's shitty. I'll watch Sledgehammer all day. I will watch Sledgehammer all fucking day. I love a good shitty sitcom that knows it's shitty. I don't think Big Bang Theory and How I Met Your Mother are actually acknowledging that. I'll watch Father Ted and Black Books and IT Crowd and like, you know, like British sitcoms. They fucking nail it. US sitcoms? Ooh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Dude, Red Dwarf, so fucking good. I just can't think of any like US-based sitcoms that like nail it. I mean, think about like maybe like the premium sitcoms like Larry Sanders Show. Fucking love Larry Sanders Show. But that's not like an HBO specific thing. Right? To where they can do all sorts of cool stuff. Oh, yeah, the Tim Allen movie in which he plays Jack Frost. Yes, Martin Short did one of those. Was that like the second one? Oh, and Cinder, when you said Santa Claus, like as Claus, I totally didn't recognize that you meant the Tim Allen movie. Yeah. Because it's Santa Claus spelt like C-L-A-U-S with the E at the end, meaning like lawyer clause. Which I think is just a fantastic pun. So, yeah, the Santa Claus movies. Nailed it. Good job. When you said Santa Claus spelt like claw, I was like, is that some horror movie I just haven't seen? And some people would consider the Tim Allen movies horror films anyway. So, you know, yeah, we're all right. Whoa, Aldo, bro. Huge fucking raid, dude. Man, I'm sorry. I didn't even have a lurk on you. Yeah, I didn't have a lurk going today. That's my bad. Yeah, what you up to, man? Oh, nice. Aiden is awesome too. Yeah. Yeah, I just recently got my first raid from Aiden. I think I've raided him before, but yeah. Time to find an adventure like Saturday in Las Vegas. Yep. Sounds about right. And hey, Bales, thanks for that gifted sub. Algo. Hell yeah. Trill, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So yeah, sometime soon, I'm gonna be in Vegas with Algo Bro, because TwitchCon's coming up. I gotta figure out what meal I'm gonna cook as part of like a co-cooking stream kind of thing. Did who forget what stream? Did who do what in the what now? Hot tub? Nah, I'm good on that one. No thanks on that. But fried chicken? I got a decent fried chicken recipe. The trick is half rice flour, half wheat flour. The rice flour keeps it like crispy and awesome, and the wheat flour gives it like the color you're looking for. Whiskey steak, is that like milk steak but different? PHP is a back-end language that's existed for a long time. Milk steak, boiled hard. Exactly. But yeah, hold on. Let's do the shout-out thing, because I'm spacing. Shout out, Algo Bro. So yeah, I get into town Thursday night. I'll go to the partner party for a little bit, and then after partner party, it's party time, right? Like, that's when the real party begins, after the partner party. The real party starts after the partner party. So yeah, we are currently using PHP 7.4, specifically because we want broad compatibility with people who might be on like older versions of the language. WordPress, their minimum version right now is 7.1. Their supported version that we care about is 7.4. Technically, I think the latest version supports 8 dot something, but we want to make sure that we're satisfying like 90% of the user base, and we can do so if we use 7.4. So that's what we're doing. We're adding types, making stuff work, but we're trying to see if PHP has the equivalent of like a record type. I don't think they do. My guess is, at least in 7.4, they don't have generics either, because it'd be real nice to just create like an array object accessor or whatever and allow us to pass in the type for that. That way we can get some types out of it. But yeah, let me look. PHP generics. They don't have a record literally, but I could make my own record if they support generics in the version we're using. Mesmiro, it's worth having support for whatever people are using. We already looked up the numbers, Mesmiro. 7.4 is what we landed on for 90% support of PHP and WordPress users. Like, we've already solidified on why we're using the version we're using. We did that research at the beginning of stream. You missed it. Check the VOD if you want. But I'm not going to debate that again. We have already looked at the usage statistics out there, and we're using the one that is giving us 90% coverage of WordPress and PHP packagist users. It's not even up for debate anymore. 7.4 is what we're using to satisfy 90% use cases. The version we're using is no longer up for debate. Yes, we went into major detail about this, as I've done with every other language that needed versioning previously, like C#. Exactly, a long, painful discussion. We're not going to dig back into it. We have landed on the most broadly applicable version possible, and that is 7.4 right now. It's really not that painful, but so many people have opinions that are unrelated to the usage statistics. Backward compatibility? No. PHP is very forward compatible, but you cannot use 8.x inside of 7.x code. Not possible. There is maybe some transpiling we could do. I'm not doing that right now. Yeah, if we write 7.4 code, it will work in 8.x. Right? So the key is you have to find the oldest version you're willing to support, and it will work forward-wise. Same thing as Go. And again, we did the same thing for Go. What version of Go should I be writing towards? What version of C# should I be writing towards? We've done this for all the other languages we use. It's the process, the very first thing we do when we start writing a new SDK. We'll have to do the same thing for Python here soon. But if you don't make it for that segment, and we've already landed on a version, it's not up for debate anymore. So, what we could do is I believe we could create some kind of array accessor object or class that allows us to do some generics in some way. But maybe not. Yeah, so hold on, here we go. Yeah, we do see that there is some kind of generic implementation. Let's see if we can use it. Oh, that already doesn't look good. Yeah, I'm thinking generics are like an 8.x thing, huh? Yep, 7.4 does not support generics. Hey, what's up, productivity for programmers? So productivity, you asked a question the other day about, like, would I be okay with someone creating an SDK, like, on their own? What language were you considering? I'm really curious about that, and yeah, you didn't respond. What language are you thinking about? So, PHP typed properties? Java? Okay. So, I am planning on doing a Java Kotlin client. I'm not sure which one, because I believe I could write either, and it would be, like, supported based upon versioning and stuff, right? So I might write it in Kotlin. Would that still, like, solve your use case? So wait, when you're saying typed properties, you mean the thing I'm already doing? What do you mean, Elmon? Okay, cool. So, yeah. Productivity, you're saying that I could totally use the, like, I could write it in Kotlin and you could use it. Okay. I think that would be our goal. I would probably try and write it in Kotlin. Wait, really, Widgler? I thought you could compile it to the same bytecode and they would just work. Yeah, so Kotlin is designed so it can be used from Java as easily as possible, right? There is interop documentation. Calling Kotlin from Java. Yeah, so I think we'd be good, as long as I understand some of these rules and stuff. It looks like there's probably some limitations to it, right? I'd have to annotate it with JVM field, right? And I might not be able to use, like, the latest features. But calling Java from Kotlin might actually have easier interop, and maybe I'd want to do that. But that's really not what we're trying to do today. When we need to make that client, we'll cross that bridge. But yeah, like Eltmon. You mean like the typed properties I have already? It's to reuse existing code, right? Could you imagine, like, if everyone had to rewrite every single bit of code they wanted to use inside of Kotlin as Kotlin, right? Like, being able to use Java libraries is a major, major thing they needed. Otherwise, Kotlin never would have been adopted. Yeah, it makes sense, Eltmon. Like, I could create my own type for a feature record or something, right? Or I could just write a getter for each prop. Now what I need to figure out is how I define the type for features here. And it looks like there is no type, and I just have to, like, eschew a type and just let it happen. It looks like I can do that and they're not yelling at me. So I can say public array features, and then I'd need to define a function of get feature, right? So yeah, makes sense. I get it. So this would be feature ID, which is a string. Yeah, no worries, Justin. And yeah, sorry, I'm not trying to ignore you. How you doing, Justin Musty? Thank you so much for being over there on the YouTube. If anyone else out there would like to give me a lurk on the YouTube, I'd appreciate it. Be a whole lot cooler if you did. Ah, you got your PR done today. Okay, yeah. No worries, Justin. Took me a second. Now I get it. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you, lurkers. You're the best. 38 views at an average of 17 minutes. That's pretty good. That's like, what, 12 hours or so? Hell yeah. Y'all are helping me out a lot. Thank you. Justin, so you set up some GitHub Actions to run your unit tests. Perfect. That's awesome. And yeah, thank you, lurkers. Huge. Here's the biggest thing, just in case you're unaware. To have the lurk continue to stay there, pop it out to its own window, or possibly like its own browser. If you mute the tab of the window, then I think they can detect that. But if you mute the browser at like the OS level, they can't detect that. So if you pop it over into like Internet Explorer as a lurk on the YouTube video, there you go, Volume Master. I'm not sure if it's at the tab level they can detect it. So I don't know what the extension's doing. But yeah, the key is it needs to be the frontmost facing tab of whatever window it's in. And it needs to not have that tab muted or the player muted. But you can still mute like a separate browser as a thing. And that works for Twitch and all sorts of other stuff too. If you're trying to throw a lurk on someone, but you got to listen in on like a meeting you're working, you can still leave that lurk. Yeah, if you mute the video via the player, they can detect that. If you mute the tab, they can also detect that. I'm almost positive they can detect a muted tab. They can't detect a muted browser via the OS, though. Justin, I think they do. So, technically, Google Chrome knows, and YouTube is Google. So Google could probably figure it out. So according to Mozilla, it is possible, right? Muted info of the tab. And I trust Mozilla. At least for this. So browser extensions can do it, okay. But I'm just wondering, like, do websites have access to any of that too? So only available for extensions. So maybe not, right? Technically, this is within the extension documents. So maybe they can't. Maybe they can't. I don't know. I could have sworn we looked into this. Yeah, maybe hay bales, right? Like, maybe YouTube can get some of that data because it's Chrome, but maybe Twitch can't. I was pretty sure, though, that Twitch also has some way of just knowing if the audio is actually playing. I don't remember how that works, though, and I'm probably wrong. Could they grab info from BTTV or 7TV? Again, it depends. Yeah, maybe they paid the extension developers to add some of that support. Like, is that stuff fully open source? I don't know. I could totally see Google being like, hey, we'll kick you like $100 a month sponsorship just to like let us know if the tab's muted. Maybe $1,000 a month and it'd still be worth it. I don't know. Like, only if the extensions are open source would we actually know. And even then, if it's open source, doesn't prevent them from injecting some shit at build time. Yeah, for some devs in other countries, $100 a month is fucking crazy. Right? Like, in some countries, $100 a month is something to live off of. Yeah, Google has that power. Yeah, that's a very good point as well. Yeah, exactly, revenge. So I could also imagine them going after like muted tabs to like have better reporting for ads and shit. Oh shit. Yeah, you just reminded me. I need to update Stethoscope to Manifest v3. Because it goes out of support at the end of this year. V2 goes out of support this year. Sorry. Yeah, so Stethoscope. We launched Stethoscope as quick as humanly possible to make sure that we had it up in the store before January 1st, like 2022 or whatever. Maybe 2023, I forget which. Because there was like a thing like, hey, no new extensions can be published with V2 after X date, but we'll still allow them to be downloaded and used for another year. So yeah, we're gonna have to actually update a bunch of our extensions. Shit, I didn't even think about that. Yeah. And hey, what's up, Sputnik? Yeah, I think Firefox might even have that same problem, Trevenge. But Firefox at least allows the APIs that were removed in V3 to still be used. So Firefox adds the missing functionality back to Firefox, which is cool. Oh, thanks, Sputnik. Yeah, I enjoy chatting. Thank you for the follow. I do need to go pee real quick. Sorry. It's like I'm drinking whiskey or something. I'm trying to pace it, but it's a Saturday night. I only had 3 yesterday, which I'm really proud of. For a Friday night, only 3 drinks. I'm proud of that one. Night before that, I think I only had 1. I'm proud of that one too. Actually, no. Thursday I didn't have any because I was kind of hungover. Wednesday I overdid it. Tuesday I had 1. Ooh, Jason, yeah, what country is that in? I'm curious. If you don't mind saying. I don't know what JMD stands for. Is that Jamaica? Like Jamaican dollars? Oh, okay. Perfect. Yeah, right? Oh, dude, like so easily. You can live really well off $100 a month if you're living in Jamaica then, right? That sounds amazing. Dude, that sounds amazing. So I think what you're telling me is I need to move to another country? Because I'd live like a fucking king. Based on my subs here on Twitch, like I could go full time. I could go full time streaming and not need a job. Now granted, I'd probably still work my job because I'd live like a fucking millionaire. In a cheaper country. But holy shit, dude. No, it's not cheap? Well, wait. Hold on. You just said food only costs 450 Jamaican dollars per day. Multiply that by 10. And you're at 4,500. Multiply that by 3. And you're less than the 15K, and that's only off 100 like US dollars? I make something like 500 just streaming on Twitch. $300 a month living like a king? Yeah, like, man. If I didn't have so much shit, I'd really consider it. I got too much shit. Honestly, shipping a bunch of shit would probably be cheap enough. Dude, like, I can't do just a single summer of moving somewhere. I'd want to be somewhere for at least a year. And I fucking hate the summer. Oh, I fucking hate the summer. I'd want to live somewhere I could go snowboarding during the winter and still, like, chill long enough. Again, Algo, there's some place, I got a bunch of shit, though. Like, I got a bunch of shit that I'd have to store somewhere or something that would cost me money that I could do. But I'd want to live somewhere that I could snowboard during the winter. As far as snowboarding goes, the US is pretty much it. I know there's other places you could go, but they're just not as good. I mean, rent and land is not cheap in Canada. like, at all. Like, the Alps, sure, but it's not the same kind of snowboarding. Right? A lot of the Alps are above tree line. It's a totally different style of snowboarding. Canada's an option, but I'm not getting much of a discount to go to Canada. Yeah, Canada's expensive. Like, I wouldn't be paying any, like, I wouldn't get any discount on my lifestyle living in Canada. At all. Like, I could move to Montana and get the same fucking discount, you know? I'd need to get some kind of visa to let that happen. Yeah, like, Canada is really not as much of an option as you think. Alaska would probably be the move. But then I'd have to worry about whether I get even, like, decent internet. You're right, like, RV solar panels and Starlink are doable, but, like, really, what is the bandwidth you're getting on Starlink? Let's look it up here in a second. I gotta use the restroom. Give me just a minute. I gotta go pee. I'm gonna grab some more water so I can pour another whiskey, too. BRB. Food's expensive, internet's terrible. Yeah, exactly. Like, internet's awful in Alaska. All right, I'm back. So, here's the thing. I have looked at housing prices, etc. There's actually places you can move in Utah. Like, you could, last time I looked, you could buy a house in Salt Lake City for like 250, maybe 300 grand. But they don't have weed. And I've heard that the mountains are so fucking crowded. Like, you'd want to live at, not near one of the famous ones. You'd want to be, like, in a suburb, like, you know, Provo or some shit. North Ogden type shit. Which, again, is an option, but I do like to smoke marijuana. Legally, by the way. Hold on. It is beautiful, right? Yeah. They get bad tornadoes? Do they call Park City hell on earth? So keep in mind, oh, food scene in Utah sucks too. Which means that maybe, like, an aspiring person that wants to open a restaurant could fucking kill it. Ooh, fire. Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, I've visited North Ogden before, and they were like a half-hour away from like Powder Mountain. Some of the deepest, coolest, like, on-groomed runs, like Powder I've ever ridden is Powder Mountain. Biggest tornado in recorded history? Well, then I'll just get a basement and we're good. They got tornado insurance. We're fine. So, Cherry, you're missing it. I need someplace with snowboarding. I just do. Used to work at Nordic Valley and Snow Basin? Oh, sick. Yeah, one year I went and, like, you know, for like a week or so, crashed with friends that lived walking distance from Brighton. Like one of those cabins. Whew, that shit was amazing. Stacking. Here in Washington, we don't have basements whatsoever. Yeah, West Coast doesn't have basements. In the Midwest, basements are required because of tornadoes and shit. Yeah, in Tornado Alley, every house has a basement. Sandboarding? Not for me, but okay. Indoor snowboarding in Dubai? Dubai is not cheap. I can't afford to live in Dubai. Are you kidding? Hell no. Hell no. There's no way I could afford to live in Dubai. Right? And weed is illegal in Dubai. Yes, like way more illegal than Utah. That's like saying, just move to Singapore. Hey, Bales. You're the second person today to do that. Find a sugar mama in Dubai? Are we looking at the same person in the camera here? What about this makes you think that I'm gonna get some kind of sugar mama? Like it's even possible. Right? No worries, Justin. Yeah, for sure. What about this makes you think that's at all possible? Okay? Do I do back end? Yeah, I'm full stack here on stream. For work, I'm mainly front end. I have actually contributed a PR and some code to our back end, but it's rare at the company I work at right now. I mean, Laser, no, come on. Who cares, dude? Like, why are you asking random strangers about that? Do you have a problem you need to solve? Does Spring do it? Then it's good enough. But is blank good is a terrible fucking question. Just awful. It's bad and you should feel bad. I'm kidding. Like, you shouldn't feel that bad. But just recognize this is not the place for any of those subjective opinion-based questions. Right? The entire goal and thesis of this stream is to remove that kind of subjectiveness from development. Everything should be objective. Does it solve your problem? Then it's good enough. Yeah, I don't think that's the lyrics either, Stacking, but close enough anyway, right? I would say go ninja, go ninja, go. There you go. That's a great response to that as well, Jason. Exactly, Bob. Right? A lot of people take some getting used to do this. I think too many people treat languages and frameworks as a sports team that needs fans. No, don't be a fan of a fucking framework. It's just a tool. Are you a fan of claw hammers instead of rubber mallets or ball peen hammers or whatever? How much fun is it to talk to someone who has strong opinions about hammer types? This shit sucks. That shit sucks. I'd rather hear, what did you build lately? Not, what hammer did you use to do it? How's it going, Juan? English only, please. Ooh, I don't know what a cross-peen is. It seems like you're, like, just based upon terminology, it seems like you're making, like, a lewd joke a little bit there, Insanities. But I don't know what that kind of hammer actually is. Is that the one with, like, the... Oh, it's the one with, like, the tapered end on the end, right? So it's got, like, the flat part, it's got the sides, and then it's got the tapered end. Pretty sure I know what you're talking about, right? It's not a claw because it's just, like, it tapers just to a point, right? Oh, so straight peen is then in line with the handle, whereas cross peen is the one where it's like the flat. Yeah, cool. Thanks, Insanities. Right? For a certain thing, certain hammers work. But having any opinion about what hammer is best? All right, it's like the meme, the joke from The Office, like, what bear is best? Who fucking cares? Like, dude. It's the least interesting conversation you could have. Yeah, for certain use cases, use the tool for the job. But to say that you like one more than the other with no context is the grossest fucking thing you could do about tech. I influenced myself to it. I've been a dev for years. I've used Flash. I've used PHP. I've used all these things that people talk shit about. And it's just not fun. You know? Look at snowboarders. Do you think a person's a good snowboarder because of the snowboard they use? Fuck no! That is the most ridiculous thing you could ever think. A good snowboarder is a good snowboarder regardless of the snowboard they ride. A good artist is a good artist regardless of the medium. I've had this opinion for basically all time. There was a moment, there was a time period in which, oh, this thing's the best, blah, blah, blah. For the most part, I think my time in the snowboard world changed it. Because I used to, like, get into the rivalry between, like, Rome Snowboards and Burton. But I had some friends that rode Burton snowboards, that repped for Burton snowboards, and they were fucking awesome. So, shit, if they're into it, how bad could it be? Right? Technical constraints about your snowboard are important. Do you like a stiff board or a soft board? What size do you ride? Does it need to be twin tip or directional? All those things, valid criticisms. Technical constraints, totally valid. The brand that fucking made it? Who fucking cares? It doesn't matter. But technical constraints, those actually matter. I mean, which foot forward doesn't change anything, right? That's completely meaningless. You can mount any snowboard for one or the other. No, sorry, Shu. I'm not making an ad blocker for YouTube. Technical constraints are fine to talk about. Branding? Who fucking cares? Ugh. Ugh. Right? Brands are the ones that convinced you that it mattered. And some people bought it hook, line, and sinker. And yes, at one point in my life, I thought brands mattered. They don't. My dad is a brand person. Maybe that's where I get it, right? I did see the hearts. Yeah, thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. Maybe that's where I get it. Like, my dad is one of those people that thinks ASCII is trash and EBCDIC is like the true character encoding. Dude, it's number equals letter. That's it. And they differ slightly for various reasons. To think that it's gonna affect anything in any measurable way other than just simply having to write your fucking translation between the two? Jesus fucking Christ. And my dad had these arguments 20 years after he had ever written any code. So yes, I think that's actually where I got this. That is actually where I got this. Having arguments about tech with my dad. C? Oh, C is way too high of a level. Ugh, why wouldn't you just write the assembly for it? So that's actually it. My dad taught me this. Having tech conversations with my dad taught me this. Snowboarding helped. But no, this is all from like interacting with my dad, who doesn't even program anymore, but still has very strong opinions about shit that just doesn't matter. No, I've never been to Canada. Like, I've been to Canada once. I haven't been to Canada for maybe 25 years, something like that. And it was never snowboarding. Yeah, I visited Vancouver once. I'd like to snowboard in Canada at some point. Yeah, I just need to get my passport. So I get that Mesmero, right? But that's a technical constraint, not I'm recommending it because I like it. Near Montreal? Ooh, I probably won't make it to like Eastern Canada for a long fucking time. But once I get my passport, I'll happily check out some of the resorts around like Vancouver, right? Like Mount Seymour and some of those. For Advent of Code, you'll probably be fine, Jason. Either one, whichever you want. I wanted to look at Zig for an SDK just for the fun of it, so I could actually mess with Zig, but they don't have a datetime library that is I think leap year aware or some other thing. So because of that, like, I can't implement the scheduling I need. So it's just not worth it. At some point, someone will make the awesomest, best fucking datetime library for Zig, or they'll implement those features for the current datetime library for Zig, but hasn't been done yet, so I can't consider using it because I need UTC, I need leap year, leap second, all that support. If I want to actually have any type of scheduling that is valid and relevant. But yeah, oh man, Trill, did you ever see, oh shit, you're probably stuck behind an ad. I'll wait on the question. If you can hear me and you have like an ad blocker or something, have you ever seen the snowboard video named Montreal? It's really good. It's about basically, yeah, I'll wait. We'll give it a sec. Give me a sec. Sorry. Trill asked a good question. I want to give him some time. Oh, yeah. Hold on, I'll wait till the ad just in case you're stuck by it too. You're back? Okay. So, Jason, you're not wrong. Yeah, there's probably a C library for datetime that I could bring into Zig. I worry about how those dependencies get resolved, though. So, yeah, maybe it's a thing and maybe I should look into it. I just haven't yet. Right, we looked at the Zig datetime library, and it was lacking. But, again, it's a new language. It's gonna have gaps. Does it mean it's bad forever? No, it just means that one technical thing I needed isn't there yet. When it is, I can check it out again. No problem, right? I'm not saying Zig is bad because of that. It's just a technical constraint. So, being objective rather than subjective has value. It gives you a chance to change. Whereas once you bring your opinion into it, it's really hard to change opinions. It's really easy to change technical constraints. Oh, you want to use Zig for your, like, some firmware for a keyboard or something? That'd be cool. Now, hold on. So, Trill. Yeah. Have you seen the snowboard video named Montreal? It's really good. It's about, like, LNP, Laurent Nicholas Paquin or something like that. I forget what it stands for. Him and a whole bunch of people, like, just shredding handrails in Montreal. It's a really good snowboard video from like 10 years ago or something. You found it? Yeah, it's a really good one. You should check it out. Right? If you're from the area and you're like into it and like, dude, yeah, right? LNP, he's Canadian, he's from Montreal, and he knows all the areas, and like it's just a good shred flick. It's not a documentary, it's just snowboarding, and maybe they talk a little bit, but it's a good vid. And I would assume it's probably on YouTube or something right now. So, like, yeah, if you're into snowboarding, you should check it out. And I do have a bit of a bias. LNP, I don't know if he still does. He at least used to ride. Oh, yeah, dude. Dude, it's gnarly. Yeah. Handrails are no joke. They're fucking sketch. No worries, Justin. Have a good one. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for the chats over on the YouTube as well. Appreciate you. I forgot where I was going with it. Oh yeah, LNP. He at least used to ride for the same company that gave me free gear for years. So there is a bit of a bias there. I want to call that out. Rome Snowboards gave me free gear for like 10 years straight. And I think I could probably still go get one by helping him out at, like, the demo, like, in February or whatever. Maybe not. Maybe I gotta buy it and I can just go hang out with them. I'll do it, though. Yeah. But yes, I got free gear from Rome Snowboards for years, so I have a bit of a bias towards other Rome snowboarders. You know, like people that got free gear from Rome. And keep in mind, I only got free gear from the local rep here in the Northwest, not from Rome itself, right? That's a weird thing where, like, the reps are basically contractors, not, like, full-time employees of the company they rep for. And the people they sponsor, they just get free gear to sponsor random people in the area. Like, they get X amount of, like, boards to give away to people per year. X amount of bindings, whatever. So yeah, I was only ever a rep writer, never, like, fully sponsored by, like, the company. Now, I've partied with a bunch of people from the company, you know. But again, I'm not famous. Ooh, no. So I haven't published any of these hay bales because, again, I think I have some, like, date time issues to fix before, like, the full publish. I want to get all the SDKs up to a point where making one fix can be applied to all of them in, like, one PR because it's all in one mono repo. So I have not done a publish of, like, the version 1.x. We're working towards the 1.x, but we're not there yet. Yeah, we're still, like, release candidate style for 1.x. Yeah, sorry about that. If you need to use it, we can make it happen, but there's still, like UTC issues with our scheduling. So if you need scheduled flags, I would say don't use it yet. Ooh, Trill, yeah, Icon Pass. That's Vail Resorts, right? I think I get that too. Yeah, I have a Stevens Pass that I think gets me into, like, all the other, like, Icon resorts too, because I bought, like, the full one just in case I want to travel. I probably won't, but I could. Oh, I gotcha. So, I mean, hay bales. I'm pretty sure with C# you could still bring in, like, a subpath within a repo, right? As, like, a dependency? But it wouldn't be, like, chocolatey, like, getting it from some other thing. It would be just, like, getting it directly from the repo. I don't know. I'm not aware. I haven't checked. I haven't tried. With Node.js, I believe I could reference, like, a subfolder within a monorepo. So that could be a way to test it if you want. I would say maybe mess with the old version, and then that would be at vexilla.github.io, and that should work for you. Right? Like, that version is the 0.x version of the app and everything. It's ugly and terrible and doesn't have nearly enough of the stuff you need, but if you need a gradual release or a toggle, we gotcha. You don't get value or scheduled releases, though, or selective at all. So if those are things you end up needing, yeah, we should work on doing a release here soon. I just wanted to have enough, like, SDKs to where fixing one issue with how I've built the SDKs could be applied to all of them in one PR, and I'm good to go, right? So I think that's my main goal. And we're just not there yet. So yeah, soon, but I'm not picturing, like, a full release. Yeah, just for fun. Keep in mind, there's other tools too. Check out Growthbook, check out some other things. I don't know if they have a C# SDK, but there's other feature flag tools as well. You know, marketing wise, I should be like, oh, all the others suck, blah, 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 don't use them. Like, no. Like, there's a whole bunch of really good tools out there. I just don't know if they have the SDKs you need at this point. That's all. For the most part, am I setting up myself to be, like, hired by one of these companies as a staff engineer just simply based upon like the stuff I built? Maybe. Maybe. But there would be a conflict of interest, and that would be a little interesting. So I would need some company to purchase Vexilla, and then I could work for them probably. Yeah. No. Feature flags are 100% essential for any significantly sized application, right? If your build process takes more than 10 minutes, you need feature flags. Yep. I would love it if I could have this ready for you to introduce to your company. We're currently using 0.x at work right now, so it works. It's a thing. But yeah. For like 1.x, like for a business to use it, besides what we're just doing very naive feature flags for scheduling and some other shit. Like, ooh, yeah. 1.x needs to be released. So it'll take me some time to make 1.x happen. But that's the goal. Having a thing that solves enough people's use cases, that bites enough of like the business away from some other company to where it's worth them paying X amount to let my app, or my tool, be a funnel to their tool in some significant way. That'd be awesome. Shit, they could sponsor me if they want. As long as they allow other feature flag companies to sponsor me too. That could be an option as well. $100 a month from 5 or 6 companies would sustain Vexilla in perpetuity. Right? I could actually like pay other people to solve bugs for me at some point even. It wouldn't be a lot of money, right? $500 or $600 a month though, sponsorship of Vexilla would at least allow them to have their banner in the README. That's such chump change for some of those big companies. Now, if they want to be exclusive, well, yeah, they got to buy they got to buy Vexilla out from Whirligig Labs. And I'm okay with that. But yeah, right? If we think about it, how much value have we put into this tool? And how much would it cost another company to replicate what we've done? I think this is easily like a 1 mil, maybe 2 mil purchase by a larger company. And for a big enough company, totally worth it. I could see PostHog being a potential customer even. Or not customer, but like acquisition. But the key is I need to make this as robust as possible to solve as many use cases as possible to eat into other people's like user base. I think I stand a good chance of doing so simply because I stream it, right? So yeah, we just got to keep hammering away. Get as much supported and, tested and validated and blah, 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 and get it into enough people's hands. My main customer is actually people trying to like bootstrap that don't have any money to pay for the giant fucking companies, right? Growthbook has a really good free tier though. So competing with Growthbook's free tier, ooh, I don't know. At this point, I would actually recommend Growthbook. Yeah. Growthbook has an amazing free tier. I fully recommend Growthbook if you're looking for a solid, like, more than one person business behind this thing. That said, they still don't offer everything I'm offering at the free tier. right? Scheduling. You need to pay for Growthbook to get scheduling, you know, things like that. Hypertune, another interesting company. But Hypertune, like, they're even focusing on, like, the Git-based flow that we're targeting. But Hypertune does not have SDKs for all these other languages. Could I help them build out SDKs? Well, yeah, if they want to buy Vexilla. Or hire me for a staff engineer salary and allow me to keep working on Vexilla too. That's an option, right? But I can help them build out their SDKs as well. But yeah, why would any company agree to that conflict of interest? No, terrible idea. As a business owner, I'd never do that. So yeah, I don't know. Again, thank you, Hey Bales. Check it out. Try and use it on some side project stuff. I think if you're like able to wait like a month or two, we'll be in a way better place to recommend this as a thing. At which point I'll also be like going real heavy on trying to do talks about feature flags in general. Right? Like, I'm going to propose talks to all sorts of conferences about feature flagging and why you need it and blah, blah, blah. And then, hey, here's this thing that's free. Wink. Double wink. That's how you know it's good. All right, so we do need a constructor. And I think we can just do function constructor, right? And yeah, ChatGPT could probably make a lot of this stuff work really easy for us. I fully believe that there is like probably a cleaner way to do this. Right? Or not cleaner, but like less like boilerplatey way. All right, so here, right, for our classes that end up having some of these arrays, we need to create a getter for those arrays. And we could even annotate some of this stuff. So yeah, feature we haven't defined yet, but we should, and we'll get to it eventually. I'm gonna need to end up thinking about like casting and some of those things, because feature here is like a base class, and we're gonna end up needing the actual feature that it is. But again, because PHP allows us to not necessarily need to be like super type safe, it gives us some power in how we do some of this. So feature is then equal to this features feature ID. If feature I don't know what profiles are in Spring. When you say profiles and stuff, I don't know what stuff is either in that context. What are profiles? I'm not familiar. I've never done any Java Spring stuff. And again, yeah, I'm reusing your technical term, stuff. Yeah, I'm just not familiar. I don't know. Hold on, are profiles basically like environment variables? Right, is it basically like app config type stuff? Are those things modifiable at runtime? It's app config. So basically, when you're compiling your Java code to release out to some server, you're using that like app config. But at runtime, you can't change the app config, right? So the key thing to understand here is that, oh, and sorry, Antola Decim, please English only. Right, you're not banned, but please English only so that we're all on the same page. I believe you said the same comment, Ledesma. Yeah, you said the same thing over on YouTube. English only, please. But yes, is this the M&M of programming? Wow. Like, I can understand a little bit, but I want to make sure everyone's on the same page. So English only, please. So yeah, Crow. The number one thing to recognize is that environment variables are build time. Feature flags are runtime. The number one goal of a feature flag is to decouple runtime config from build time config. Yes, exactly. So you can't change it once it's running. Whereas, right, like if your build process takes a half hour and you have 3 environments, you're looking at an hour and a half before any like release can be actually pushed up to production. Meanwhile, a feature flag is just based upon how often you're fetching the flag to see if it changed. For what I'm doing. And then some other feature flag tools can get the value pushed to them because they subscribe to like a WebSocket or something. So the number one thing to recognize is simply between runtime and build time. And build time based feature flags are just environment variables. And that's not the same thing. So build time config versus runtime config. Recognizing when something needs to change and when you need to evaluate it, and how long it should take for you to be able to update that. That is why feature flags are a separate part of the 12-factor app. Yep. Yeah, no worries. And I do want to mention that the 12-factor app is actually somewhat contentious these days. Every criticism I've seen of it, I think misses the point. But if you are a person that doesn't think the 12-factor app is important, well then sure, whatever. We can still recognize the difference between build time and runtime. It actually blew my mind the other day to crawl Hacker News and see people saying that the 12-factor app is bullshit. What? I'm Eminem programming. Yeah, again, Ledesma, technically Juan. How you doing, Juan? Mr. Sir, welcome. Thank you to hang out and chat. I'd appreciate it if you were actually over on YouTube. I responded to you when you said it, but I simply said, like, English only. Maybe you didn't hear me. I don't know. But yeah, if you want to lurk over on YouTube, I'd appreciate it. So, 12-factor app, though? Yeah. Okay. So again, English only, please. I think a lot of us understand that is, that is Juan saying thank you. But please, English only. It's a very, like a strict rule we have here so that we're all able to communicate in the same way. No one feels left out. Alkaline. That's not bad. That's pretty good. I like that. Ooh, regular or peanut? Yeah, there you go. Regular or peanut? Ooh, peanut butter. Oh, you mean like a glorified Reese's? Come on. Like a glorified Reese's Pieces? That's lazy. And Crow, ooh, yeah, I like peanut. I think they're good. Pretzel. Ooh, I haven't had a pretzel M&M. I feel like I've heard of them. I feel like I've seen them. I forgot all about them, though. I don't remember what they taste like. I have no idea. I'm missing out. As far as I know, I've never even seen one. Yeah, I gotta try one. Shit. All right, so real quick, I'm gonna do this because I need to. Anyone that wants to lurk over on the YouTube would majorly help me out. Like, majorly. Is every app I make a software as a service? No? Dude, like Crow. Oh, okay. Yeah. Like, definitely no. No, software as a service is more about the billing model. Right? Service meaning you're paying a fee, like monthly, for that service. Right? But it's software as that service. So think about SaaS as purely based upon the billing model. More of a disservice. There you go. Standard error. Nicely done. We're okay with self-deprecating humor as long as it doesn't go over the line. And I think over the line is hard to like determine, but yeah. So anyway, real quick, right? Web apps. I make a lot of web apps for sure, right? But software as a service is separate, right? Now, keep in mind that this is about building software as a service. Oh, that's fine, Altman. I mean, I know your real name anyway. Did you forget that we're friends on LinkedIn? Dion, you're actually missing it. Think about it this way. The company I work for, Fairwinds, we have our software as a service, which is Insights, and then we also have service contracts in which you pay an engineer to help you set up your shit, right? a lot of startups rely upon service contracts that aren't necessarily related to software as a service. When you think about like any design agency, that is a service being provided, not necessarily the software as a service. Software as a service is more hands-off, whereas services are hands-on. Does that make sense, Dion? So software as a service is you're paying for the software that you can use yourself that does it, whereas services are other people doing it for you. Now, software as a service is much more scalable than services, right? Services requires that you have an employee to work with that client, and that's just not scalable. If you need to get 10,000 clients to be profitable, that means like as a services company, you're gonna need close to 10,000 employees to do so? Yikes. Whereas software as a service reaches like a level of scale per client that you'll never hit with a services company. So in a different way, think about, no. I was gonna say, like, think about Uber in relation to taxis. But really, it's kind of the same thing. Uber's just a middleman in the same way that, like, the dispatcher is for a cab company. But again, you don't need a human being to be the dispatcher anymore. So because the software is filling in the void, it becomes like way more scalable. You don't need a human being deciding which cab should go to which location, etc. So maybe it's a decent analogy, but it's not a great analogy. But yeah, so anyway, 12-factor app. This is what I talk about when I talk about the 12-factor app. I didn't realize it was such a contentious thing on Hacker News. We saw the 12-factor app doc posted the other day, and just the comments in it were like insane to me. Like fucking insane, dude. Well, I disagree with this thing because of blank, and it's like such a bullshitty reason to disagree with it. Like, oh my god, like if I just type in 12 factor. Oh, hold on, no, I gotta type out the word 12 factor. Right, the 12 factor app on Hacker News. It's this one right here. Like, dude, the people in here are such fucking assholes. Like, they're living up to how bullshitty the comments on Hacker News are. Sometimes the comments are amazing. These fucking assholes suck. Right? This person right here. The 12-factor app is a set of recommendations from 2011 that are based less on engineering principles and more on the capabilities of Heroku and containerized infrastructure in 2011. Right? They treat it as the fact that Heroku came up with the rules, or like the 12-factor thing, as a reason to disregard it. And it's fucking bullshit, dude. Like, dude, we read through these during like the news crawl the other day, and none of these fucking things made any sense, right? Like, this person right here talks about like how environment variables are bad. Yeah, they're sorted by upvotes, I think. I don't know. We don't see a number here. Which is bullshit. But yeah, we don't see any number related to it. But I believe the highest voted ones are at the top. I don't know for sure. I don't know their algorithm or whatever. Maybe, but again, like, his critique here is absolute fucking bullshit. No, you don't need it. Like, don't worry about my critique. Just read their comments. Think how you feel about it. You've already heard my point. Like, dude, this entire paragraph is 100% bullshit, dude. Completely worthless. He's got some fucking hatred for Heroku for some reason, and he thinks environment variables are bad. For some fucking reason. Like, dude, it's just... ugh. Oh, yeah, Trill. Ooh, hold up, Trill. Would you like to see some of my shredding from 2006? Because you haven't seen it yet. You're, like, new to stream. Yeah, over in Discord. Random would be a great place to put it. Yeah. Over in Discord. Throw it in the random channel. I'd love that. That'd be amazing. Yeah, please. Please do so. Oh, shit. And... all right, hold on. I should be able to find it here. Please be my channel, not theirs. Yes, it is. Awesome. So yeah, like, here's some other shit. I'll just play, like, you know, I think the one that's the best one is, like, we could watch both, actually. 17 years ago, though. This is my, like, super old channel that's as old as YouTube, basically. You can tell by the artifacting on the fucking video, right? Yeah, this is fucking history right here. But yeah, you see it free gear, right? That's a free snowboard. I know, right? Like, so fucking old. Oh my god. Yeah, I got free gear from Rome Snowboards, regional, not like from the company. So I never made it to like company sponsorship for basically anything. I got free gear and free Rockstar energy drinks and, you know, some other shit. Free wax, right? That's about it. Never made it any further. I know people that went pro, but I never went pro. Yeah. Style was my number one thing, because I got a shoulder that dislocates, so I can't flail it, you know? Like, I really had to lock down my style and not wave my arms, because my shoulder might dislocate. That was a truck driver right there. Right? The front 7 off the toes. That was in a MacDog video at one point. My friends built it. And then MacDog just shredded it once. The jibbing stuff? Yeah, I can do any of the jib tricks. I don't chuck off jumps anymore in the park. In POW? Oh, dude, I'll fall. Oh, man. I will fully chuck in some POW. And then here's one more thing. We went and grabbed a bunch of, like, you know, we grabbed a bunch of hockey rink snow and set up, like, a jib in my friend's yard. No, I was not coding at all. I didn't get into coding until after snowboarding. Like, technically, during the last couple years of snowboarding as, like, a full-time thing, sure. But, like, barely. At this point, though, I was riding 200 plus days a year here in Washington and down at Mount Hood, like total. I'm a creature of habit. If I want to get good at anything, I have to do it a lot. You'll recognize me by the hipster sweater I'm wearing. I haven't ridden yet. I was filming all of this and then I put it up on the tripod. I'm the filmer and editor of this thing. You'll recognize the hipster sweater. It's coming up. There I am. Hipster sweater. No, like none of them. Not a single one. None of them. Not a single human being I know from the snowboard world actually pivoted to coding, besides me. Now, we know a couple people that hang out every once in a while that are coders now, that snowboard a lot, but totally different. I didn't know them until I started streaming, you know? Oh, so yeah, hold up. This fall coming up, I still have a dent in my thigh from that fall because that edge was fucking sharp. So I maybe rode for about... And hey, what's up, young Steve-O? Again, sorry for the other day. I get you, right? You were right about going back and looking at the chat. It was only about the old, like, I don't want to be unbanned thing, right? That is like a major heuristic for shit, some people that really suck to talk to. Now, that's not you, but it's a heuristic, and a lot of people that suck fall into that same pattern of, I don't want to be unbanned. So, again, I went and looked back. You were totally right. But your rhetoric in the chat, right? That's all. So, again, glad you're here still. Thank you for hanging out. Cool. Thank you. Appreciate you getting it. But yeah, I still have a dent in my thigh from that, and I almost had compartment syndrome from it. If y'all don't know what compartment syndrome is, it's when, like, a muscle or, like, there's, like, in your body, there's certain areas in which, like, blood will, like, pool, but it won't spill out to other areas. And your thigh is definitely one of them. And I almost had compartment syndrome from that. Like, I lost feeling on the top of my thigh. Oh yeah, it can be fatal because of blood clots and all that shit, right? Yeah, like compartment syndrome's gnarly. Like your entire muscle can go necrotic and die. Because what it means is like there's so much blood within a muscle compartment that there's no blood flow happening. And if there's no blood flow happening, that means that you're gonna go gangrenous, like the muscle's gonna die. And if you don't treat it soon enough, you go septic. Right? Like sepsis is basically like blood poisoning. And that's one of the quickest ways to fucking die from like some random fucking thing. Right? Like an infection of just like a paper cut even could give you sepsis and basically kill you. So yeah, I had compartment syndrome from that fall in my right thigh, and I've had almost compartment syndrome in my left thigh from a different fall. But yeah. Luckily, I just lost feeling on my skin on top of my thigh for like a good few months. Like the nerves got fucked a little bit. But I didn't die. So we're good. We're set. But I have scar tissue in both of my thighs due to like random like falls of like some rail hitting me. Oh yeah, Trill, like that's gnarly, man. Yeah. Did it still hurt in the cold? Like, dude, like what you were seeing there, it was like fall. right? It was like autumn. It was like this time of year, and there was still like a month or two before snowboard season. Oh, like the scar tissue? No. No, not at all. Nope. I mean, I got scar tissue in there, and like I can feel the indent. Actually, I don't feel the indentation anymore, which is nice. I used to have a calcium deposit on my like left kidney, like my love handle on my left side too, from like a gnarly fall. That calcium deposit's gone now too. Yeah, the only like lasting injuries I have is my dislocated shoulder, broken collarbones, and I've done like an AC separation. The collarbones are the biggest like long-lasting like injury I have. Like the dislocated shoulder sucks, but the collarbones are the most like obvious. Like, dude, this, oh man. Anyone out there in chat that's gonna be at TwitchCon, if you want to feel the gnarliest fucking collarbone you've ever seen, oh, you could just put your hand right here. I don't mind, like on my chest, and it's so bad. Like, it basically goes like that, but then like there's like the other part here on the corner. And what is my thumb doing? That's where my collarbone basically broke and sticks out at like a 90-degree angle for the last like 2 centimeters of it. I'm not even kidding, like literally. That's what it does. My left collarbone doesn't do that. My right collarbone totally has a fucking right at the end. Would they have proposed surgery? Maybe if I had health insurance at the time, but I didn't. Ooh, young Steve-O, that's super gnarly. Oh my god. Oh, that is so gnarly. Roboticat is someone who I normally play Saturday night gaming with. He's unavailable tonight, which is why I'm going so late on a Saturday, because I got no reason to stop early. But yeah, he's been hit while riding his bike twice. I forget, like one was he's going and some car's turning right and he didn't look. Like the car didn't look and turned into him. And another was someone opened their door as he was going by. All of those things are my nightmare. Like, holy shit balls, dude. All of those things are my nightmare riding a bike. The door open thing is so gnarly, dude. Oh, so gnarly. Ugh. Yeah, really bad. Oh, Mesmero, you better be knocking on wood right now. Oh, man, you better knock on wood. I don't know if you're superstitious or not, right? Are you at least a little stitious? You get the joke, right? I'd still knock on wood. I'm not even that superstitious, and I fucking knock on wood when I say things like that. I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. Ooh, and so Steve-O over in YouTube, Productivity for Programmers says, I'm sorry to hear that, Steve-O, right? From your Rex as well. And then they chime in, they just ride on sidewalks whenever possible. And yeah, that's a move. Yeah, that's solid. Yeah. Yeah. It's not her fault. It's not her fault. Society needs to actually understand that at some point, after a certain age, every single human being needs to go through the vision test and a proper driving test every time they renew their license. Right? I'd say after the age of 60, every single human being should go through the full fucking driver's test every single time they renew their license. I'm sorry. I would subject myself to the same shit. But over the age of 60, every single human being needs to go through the full fucking test. Oh, so Cinder, I assume they're talking about like regular bicycle, right? Motorcycle, I don't think was part of it. Electric bike could be like, you know, that's a fuzzy bit. So people being distracted, I get it, but Mesmero, look at the stats. People over the age of 60 make up for a crazy majority of car wrecks, like almost as many as like teenagers. Probably for the same fucking reasons. Or similar reasons, at least. And yeah, car dependence. Here in the US, it's a big thing, yeah. And no fucking car manufacturer would allow a law like that to be passed. Right? Car manufacturers are actually lobbying against the ability to restrict elderly drivers. Because they total cars and need to buy a new one. A lot. And elderly people can afford it a lot of the time, too. Because they got their retirement savings to, like, pull from. Right? Like, it's crazy. Car manufacturers and their ability to lobby the government have fucked us in so many fucking ways. It's gnarly. Citizens United fucking sucks. It has fucked us in so many goddamn ways. Like, dude. Anything with that bullshitty of a name needs to be suspect as a law. Because holy shitballs, dude. The Patriot Act. You fucking liars. Like, dude. A company is a person. Well, yeah, then a company should be able to fucking die. A company should have a lifespan. Right? Yeah, so I fundamentally disagree with the company as a person aspect of it. If a company is a person, it should only be allowed to exist for 100 years. Boom. Nailed it. Yeah, no worries there, Trill. Again, I make great background noise when I'm not in rant mode. So my bad. When I'm doing code, man, it should inspire you to do code too. Yeah, exactly, Mesmero. Yeah. Like, a good lawyer would be able to argue any of it. The law would never get passed due to fucking lobbyists anyway, so fuck it, whatever. It's wishful thinking. But yeah, Trill, I make great background noise. I really do. When I'm actually, like, you know, head down working on code. We're less so doing so today because I got the whiskey in me and it's a Saturday and why worry about it? I am thinking I'm going to try and bring back the stretching sessions at some point. Not like a, hey, it's been 2 hours, I have to get up and stretch, but, you know, after 3 or 4, I need to at least do a stretch. Am I cooking tonight? Probably just dumplings. Something easy. Yeah, probably something easy. I wanted to do some, like, fried chicken, but I went to the grocery store nearby, and they didn't have any bulk peanut oil, so I gotta drive out to, like, Fred Meyer to get peanut oil, which is a bummer. But whatever. I don't necessarily want to go out to, like, Costco or any of those places right now because, like, I got TwitchCon coming up in which I'll be gone for like 5 days, and everything I buy now will go bad probably, unless it's frozen. I don't know what music this is, and I don't know if it's stream safe, so I gotta dial back to something that is stream safe. There we go. Yams, kale, and Italian sausage? I'd say the yam could be good sliced up like French fries and then like fried in the same way, maybe? The kale I'd do separate as just like, you know, a thing with maybe some like dressing on it. And the Italian sausage I'd, you know, just eat as a sausage, right? Like, you know, slice it like German style. If you don't have a deep fryer for the yams, there's probably, I don't know. Yeah, I've never tried to cook yam. I don't know how it would be good. I'm not sure. Broiled yam? I guess, like, again, I don't even know what yam tastes like. Let me point that out right now. For some reason, I'm imagining, like, the sweet potato style taste. Does yam taste like a sweet potato? Oh, it is basically sweet potato. All right. Yeah, so I'd say try and deep fry that shit. Like a sweeter sweet potato? Ooh, yeah, deep fry that shit. That'll be good. Yeah, that's how I'd do it. Unless you're trying to be healthy. In which case, I don't have any recommendations for you because I don't cook healthy meals. I cook delicious meals. And those things are actually fundamentally, diametrically opposite. No, Mesmiro. Here's the thing. You can take the yams and toss them in oil and put them in the oven. And that'll actually be like very similar to the deep frying. Just toss them in the oil and throw them in the oven. Then you don't need to like deep fry. It'll still like fry them up nice and well. And you can do it in like an air fryer too if you got one. I don't know if you have an air fryer. But yeah, like toss them in oil and you're good to go. If they work like sweet potatoes. Again, I don't fucking know. Like I don't think I've ever eaten a yam. Nah. Nope. But yeah, like, again, like, I'm not saying Zemo here is a bad person, but their critique of the 12-factor app is fucking bullshit. Right? Nothing they said in this paragraph actually convinced me of anything. They're probably an awesome person. I'm not saying they're not a cool person. I'm just saying this paragraph fucking sucks. Which is fine, you know, we don't have to agree. I still think the 12-factor app is massively relevant. And it's kind of crazy, like, how many of these things are actually automatic from the tools we use, but when this was created, dude, declarative dependencies, Composer and Packagist didn't even exist for PHP at the time. Right? 2011? Nope. Wasn't a thing. Nah. Or at least, wasn't like widespread. Node.js had just started existing like 2 years before that. Rust didn't exist yet. Go didn't exist yet. Right? Separate your build and run stages. Sure, I get that, right? Like, dude, so many of these things are, like, hugely important, man. The fact that there are people on Hacker News speaking out against it are fucking insane. Like, that's so crazy to me, man. Who would disagree with a lot of this shit? Like, I don't know. Like, people do. But not people I want to listen to. We had, oh man, Colton, one of our longtime regulars, was in here the other day talking about how the code base they work on has a different repo for development, and a different repo for staging, and a different repo for production. And how much different shit there is in all of them. Most likely, legacy code base. That's the why. Legacy. Right? It's like a fucking like Uno reverse all or whatever. Or reverse, like Uno reverse, legacy, boom. Right? Like, seriously, legacy. Before this shit was actually recognized and important. And yeah, Trill, thank you for that Prime sub. Appreciate you. Welcome. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, man, like, any human being that's ever worked in a code base that separates development from staging and production in different repos understands why this is fucking important. Anyone who hasn't has no clue and thinks this is either obvious knowledge or why would anyone, like, I don't know, like, what are the arguments against this? Fuck if I know, but on Hacker News, you can find all sorts of people that will argue against everything. Yeah, like, dude. Yeah, people fucking suck. I think is like the gist of things. In general, people as a whole fucking suck. A person is fine. People, like, a person is great, right? And did I make up this rhetoric I'm yelling about? No, it was in the movie Men in Black. Why not just tell people? People are smart. No. A person is smart. People are scared, needy, skittish fucking things that don't understand anything they're shown. And I know I fucked up the quote, but I at least got the message right. Yeah, bad decisions still work to a point if you don't care about the people that have to deal with the problems of it. Ah, there you go, young Steve-O. That's a great phrasing of that, for sure. Imagine the average person. Now realize that half the world is dumber than that. And technically I prefer stupider than that, because dumb traditionally refers to being mute. Those are separate things, right? Being mute doesn't mean you're stupid. Stupid is measurable, though, right? Stupid is as stupid does. I believe one, like a great philosopher said that as well. And I was a running. No, Cotter, that doesn't matter. He's on recordings. You can still benefit from all the best things George Carlin's ever done because they're recorded and available to you. Doesn't matter if he's alive or not. He is timeless. Completely unrelated. Yeah. You just wish he had more. I think we all wish he had more, but it's unrelated to the fact of when you discovered him. Right? Same with Bill Hicks. Yes, Bill Hicks was absolutely inspired by George Carlin. 1000%. Huge number of comedians. Yeah. Here, look at it this way. George Carlin was inspired by Lenny Bruce. 20 years earlier than Carlin. Both of them got arrested for saying shit they shouldn't say, even though what they were saying wasn't even that bad by today's standards. Every comedian operating today owes their entire career and the weird fucking shit they say to George Carlin and Lenny Bruce going to jail for their principles and saying the things that needed to be said. Yeah, it's actually kind of insane how far we've come from the puritanical world that TV used to be, that like performance used to be, that society itself used to be. Like, puritanical is the only way we can describe it at this point. Oh, I mean, so YouTube is just going with the status quo. If society turns on some content, YouTube will yank that shit as quick as fucking possible. Yeah, don't give YouTube any credit. They deserve zero of that credit. YouTube deserves absolutely no credit for what amazing comedians have done to push the status quo. Comedians are actually some of the biggest like free speech advocates we've ever had. Here in the US at least. Now granted, I still think free speech has boundaries, right? Don't shout fire in a crowded theater type shit. I fully agree with that. Don't be a fucking Nazi. I agree with that. Right? I agree with that. Freedom of expression is not the same as freedom from consequences. And I think that's important to recognize. Now, where is the line drawn? I'm not the one to decide where that line is drawn. I don't think my opinion on where the line should be drawn even matters, and I have no fucking idea where the line should be drawn. But I do know that the extreme cases, I agree with. It is culturally done. Absolutely. Yeah. Right? Which is why we can't say what is absolutely one way or the other. Exactly, Steve-O. Yes. For sure. Is it a crime to say these things? No. But should you be able to be judged by your peers for it? Abso-fucking-lutely. But again, that still go like what you just said goes against the don't shout fire in a theater. Right? That's a governmental law. So it kind of contradicts your statement, right? So again, like, where is the line drawn? I don't fucking know. And I'm not trying to, like, figure it out. I don't actually care. Because I don't want to make statements that are that extreme that I need to care. You know? Yeah. Again, it is time-based. In 10 years, the statements I've made now might be so extreme that they can't be uttered. I don't fucking know. And I don't mean like the ones I'm saying today. I mean just like in this time and period, right? Because what is acceptable changes over time. If it ends up being that way, sure, but I don't think it is. Again, if it has the potential to do a lot of harm, could we just not say it? So yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't fucking know. Not my place to decide, not my place to influence, not my place to lecture. The fact that I've said as much as I have is already too much. Right? You guys have your opinions, I have mine. What does it have to do with what we're doing today? Nothing. Wait. Hold on. Productivity. Who removed that? That wasn't me. Did you retract your message? Oh, okay. Oh, I was halfway through it. I didn't see anything wrong. I didn't see anything wrong from the part I read so far. I didn't read the last half though. Oh, spelling mistake? Oh, don't. I'd say don't delete a message due to a spelling mistake unless it's, oh shit, like, yeah, like, you fucked up and it's something terribly inappropriate due to, like, spelling. Because you missed a word and, like, all of a sudden it became, like, a slur or something. I like what you did there, Steve-O. That's a solid joke. Thank you. So, Eltmon. You learned the other day that people who were not mentally there were called feeble-minded, but that offended people, so doctors made up the word moron, then they changed it to the R word, and then they changed it to something else. Yeah. It's tough. Mentally deficient is another way to describe it, but technically, even then, it could offend people. I think that's the main thing, Steve-O. Yes, touche. Don't offend people on purpose. Use the terms that you know and use, and it's probably fine. No, so I don't agree with that, Eltmon, right? Everything will become politically incorrect? I don't agree with that statement whatsoever. Right? No, it becomes based upon how people misuse the terms. Right? Did people end up misusing feeble-minded? People definitely ended up misusing the R word, for sure. Right? And the key is, are we using it in a majorly negative way? As opposed to just being someone's fucking how they live? I think that's it. So don't use how someone lives as an insult, and you're good to go. Technically, there's a word to describe the R word that starts with an M that is totally not okay to call someone, but like, if you're not being a dick about it, and you're just pointing out what their condition is, then it's fine. But don't use it as an insult for able-bodied people. The moment society starts doing that, well, fuck it, let's come up with a different word. Technically, pushing with the wrong foot forward on a skateboard. That word is not that cool. It starts with M, and it's a database that we all know. I've said it before, and I'm like, currently landing on the idea that we shouldn't use that word to describe it anymore. Could we just say wrong foot forward? Cool. Boom. Nailed it. Wrong foot forward. Maybe wrong foot forward's wrong. Instead, it should be like wrong foot pushing or something. Like, I don't know, man. Wrong foot pumping. CMFG is wrong? How dare you? How dare you? That's the name of my business, man. But yeah, no worries, productivity. Appreciate you. If you still want to make the comment and the statement, feel free. Just correct the spelling issue, sure. I don't know. I got halfway through and I didn't see anything wrong with what you were saying. Yeah, it seemed fine. Again, I only got halfway through. No, so I think that's the thing, Steve-O, right? If someone cares and it's like the easiest thing in the world to change, not changing it is just being kind of a dick, right? If enough people care about it and changing it doesn't affect you in any major way, then what do you lose by changing it? Nothing, right? So by not changing it, you're just kind of being an asshole about it. Yeah, so I get the master main thing, right? I will say, FD, it's not great, though. There are people that legitimately care, and it offends them, and for you to change it is like the simplest fucking thing you could do. Right? So the moment someone says it, and hey, they got a problem with it, you should probably change it. Yes, absolutely. Because it harkens back to slave times. Master and slave. Now, do those mean totally different things in programming? Slightly? But again, we could use better terms that don't conjure up a dark history. And if it costs you basically nothing to change it, then why not do it? Yeah, right? Your build doesn't matter. Changing the fucking name doesn't matter. Right? Like, it's so easy to change that, like, keeping it is just being a dick for a dick's sake. You know? You can do whatever you want, FD. I'm just saying, like, to keep it for, like, some weird fucking rhetoric reason is fucking wrong. Right? To keep it because it's actually costing you time and effort and so much of your tooling and other bullshit relies upon a very specific name? Well, cool, I get it. Could you, like, work it into, like, an eventual thing that you do to, like, change it? Sure. Do you have to change it right fucking now? Not necessarily. Just recognizing that if there are people upset by it, and changing it is easy, then just do the easy thing. Again, Mesmero, right? Like, that's a thing that you need to weigh, and if it's too much work, you can actually present that as a reason, and you're good to go. Yes, you can change it. The key is, if it's a GitHub repo, you create a main branch, and you push it up, and then you do like something like branch-m main. Ooh, so again, like FD, I would say give it a shot. It shouldn't be too hard. But also, don't break something only for this case. Leave it to a thing that you can do when you have time for it. If changing it now takes away from what you're doing, then don't do it. If you have a moment to do so in which no other features are coming down the pipeline, then hey, it's super easy. Why not do it? Like, it's so simple. But again, just remember, if you have things depending upon like repo to repo communication, changing something could be an issue, right? Because repos require like the name of the branch maybe. It could be a simple find and replace. We don't know, and I'm not trying to make that pitch for you. All I'm saying is sometimes it's not as simple as just changing it. And in those cases, as long as you're aware of it and maybe you have it as a backlog item, you've done all you can. Yeah, if you're making a new one, oh shit, you should just, make your, like, your default be the thing that doesn't offend people. It's so easy, right? Doesn't mean you gotta change every repo ahead of time, but holy shit, man, for a new repo? Why wouldn't you change it to the thing that doesn't offend people? Like, come on, it's so easy. And it doesn't change your life in any significant way, but it at least helps someone else. Like, cool, man. Fucking do it. Why not? The argument against it is very shallow. Yeah. GitHub has totally done the right thing there by letting the boilerplate do it. And modern versions of Git will, like, a Git init will create a main branch instead of the other one, right? Like, seriously, if you're on a version of Git that does the original, maybe just update Git. And totally fine, FD, right? Again, you live in a country in which British colonialism should actually have had a big impact on how those words are interpreted. But at some point, if you're not thinking about it and it's not prevalent in your culture, then it's less of a deal, but just recognize that it does affect how your repo is perceived globally. Within a certain, like, microcosm, it's probably fine. Fuck it. But yeah, based upon British colonialism, I would say that word is probably really loaded, and it might work to change it. Like, I don't fucking know. I'm not from where you're from, so I have no idea. But I know that there's enough people from where I'm from that care, and I don't care, but it's so easy for me to change that I might as well. Fuck it. It's so easy. If someone else's feelings are worth less than 30 seconds of your time, you might be an asshole. Right? If someone else's feelings are worth less than 30 seconds of your time, you might be an asshole. If it's more than 30 seconds, then you have a legitimate reason to, like, kick that can down the road a bit. Thanks, Steve-O. It's one of those ones that's so contentious that I don't want to tweet it. If anyone else wants to tweet that, go for it. It's a really good quote. I'm not looking for that fucking smoke on my Twitter profile at this point. If someone else wants that, go for it. It's a great tweet. Honestly, I think it's really good. Is it contentious? To some people, yes. To some people, 30 seconds of their time is worth more than other people's feelings, and they will argue till they're blue in the teeth, wasting way more than 30 seconds versus just changing the thing in the first place. People will waste way more time than the thing they could do to fix it arguing against it on Twitter. Like, that's a Twitter thing. It just takes 30 seconds of your time to fix it. Fuck you, I'm gonna spend 10 minutes arguing against it. There are so many people like that on Twitter. I'm not even sure if they're real or not. They could be bots. I don't fucking know. But dude, I don't want to interact with them. At all. Like, big old zero. Big old nope from me. My solution of ignoring it's way better. Like, dude, 30 seconds. You would have been done. Right? You can set the default branch in your fucking Git. Super quick, no problem. 30 seconds and you're fucking done. But you're gonna spend hours of your time arguing with random people on the internet about it? That type of person isn't doing it because of the effort. They're doing it because they're a fucking asshole. Again, the reason would be, it's not about the effort. Anyone who disagrees with the 30-second comment, it's not about the effort. And then what else could it be about? Read between them lines. And there are so many shitty people in the world that, yeah, that sucks, you know? Hold on. Can I buy into the meme? All right, so hold on. There's a Twitter meme going around. Hold on. This is a decent one. Yeah, which is the Primogen one. Hold up. Damn it, do I gotta go find his tweet? This one's good. Theo Primogen. Oh, shit. That's like a Freudian slip right there, isn't it? That typo? Oh, shit. Hold on. How do I tag someone? Ah, I'd have to, like, upload it myself. Hold on. Fucking uploads are broken again. Good job, Elon. Good job, Elon. All right, so hold on. Let's actually go to the Primogens. Here we go. Hold on. There we go. That's the tweet I wanted. Nailed it? We good? Nailed it? I think that's a good copy of the meme, okay? Alright, I think I nailed it. Alright, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hold on. Evan underscore MMO. I want to do this one too. Dude, he's only fucking 25? I don't know why. Who here actually thought he was only 25? I know, right? Like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah! Don't tell him that. Don't say that to his face. But holy shit, dude. You guessed him mid-20s? Yeah, I thought he was a 500-year-old vampire at this point. Like, right? Yeah, he's got a kid, doesn't he? Who has a kid at 25? Oh my god, dude! Woo! What have I done with my life? Like, holy shit, dude! Oh, hold on. I gotta undo the repost. Oh my... fucking bullshit. There we go. Let me undo that bad fucking tweet and let me do a proper one. Undo repost. Quote tweet. There we go. That's a proper repost. Yeah, Eltman, you have children his age. Like, holy shit, dude. There might be a little CM Griffing run around in the UK right now. That's the only chance I got, though. Probably not, but maybe. But probably not. I mean, there was a tourist lady who visited Mount Hood during the summer, right? Right after she got her degree. She was going to be a barrister or some shit. You never know. There could be a little British CM Griffing running around somewhere. As a snowboard bum at Mount Hood, I don't have a type. It's whoever's willing. Like, just saying. Statistically, country of origin does not matter in that case. All right? Just saying. Oi! All right? Boom, nailed it. The fact that I did the slap like that? Oh, I'm like half British already. Shit. Oi. Right? The key is you let your like finger go limp and you slap it into these fingers. That's like a purely British thing to do, isn't it? British and like elementary school. I have a type. Willing. Yeah. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. The pun was unintentional. That's how you know it's good. All right, so let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. See you in a sec. I gotta pee. It's like this dude's drinking whiskey or something. See you in a sec. All right, so yeah, here we go. let's continue down what we're doing here. Right, so it's that easy. We can go and build out a bunch of this stuff. And yeah, we're doing some PHP. It's PHP SDK day. I have not actually used PHP since types were introduced, so this is a little new to me, and we're seeing what the constraints of the type system are, which is fine. There are certain things that we can't annotate. NB109, thank you for that follow. Welcome. But yeah, for the most part, we need to keep annotating our types in a way that matters. We need semicolons on all this stuff. We need to annotate what a feature is. And like, yeah, we got a lot of stuff we're doing here. We'll see how it works. Yeah, so I considered myself fairly proficient with PHP, but actually we're uncovering the fact that I'm not that proficient with modern PHP, and that's a thing we should fix, right? Like, totally. I don't think I need to do any of these buckets because, again, it's loosely typed in PHP 7.4, so all of it can be within our features, and then we can, like, cast as we see fit. Yeah, Nori's Young Stevo. Keep in mind, though, we need to target 7.4, so anything 8.2 relevant might not actually be relevant, right? Because we need 7.4 for broad compatibility, right? If we write a library in 7.4, then you can totally use it in your 8.2, right? It also means that people using modern, not like modern-ish versions of WordPress, etc., can also use what we're using. We went through the entire thought of what version should we use, and using 7.4 satisfies 90% of WordPress for current day and 90% of PHP usage via Packagist. So if we can hit 90% usage, I think we're good. And then older usage would be an edge case that someone else could write a library for. Totally fine. Because I still want to get some of the niceties of typing things, you know, and having errors thrown if I fuck up the typing, you know? So yeah, that's the main gist. Yeah, we're not targeting 5.6 or some shit, you know? We're not crazy. Well, okay, we might be crazy, but we're not crazy for that reason. Ooh, we looked at 7.1 as a potential thing, but it meant no types. 7.4 is the only time we get types, and I felt like the value that types would bring me as a dev would be somewhat worth it. No, like 8 kills it. Like seriously, Steve-O, PHP 8 is amazing, man. Like it's a proper language. It's like the only problem I have with it now is like the inconsistencies in the standard library. And honestly, you could just write some shit that like glosses over that and like aligns that stuff. Yeah, modern PHP is totally fine. We're having to use slightly older PHP that is less fine, but it's still not as bad as it used to be. And major shit gets done with good enough. So that's the main gist. That's the thing we're trying to do. Exactly, good enough. Ooh, like pattern matching's amazing, Jay, but I can't use it yet. I can't use it yet. So, you know, it's a thing. It's fine. Not a big deal. Yeah. 7.0 and 7.1, like, dude, a lot of this stuff is super deprecated, right? PHP versions EOL, right? Technically, it's already out of security support, right? 7.4 is out of security support. Oh, actually, 7.4 goes out of security support here in a month. Touche, my bad. I misread that. Oh, no, 7.4 is out of security support. 8.0 goes out of security support. Yeah, you're right. My bad. Yeah, 7.4 is already out of scope, but we still have to consider WordPress. And WordPress operates on an entirely different schedule than PHP itself. An entirely different schedule. I would like my feature flag tool to be usable for WordPress devs within reason. Which means I'm not trying to target anything older than good, like, modern-ish version of, like, WordPress. And we looked at the graphs, we looked at all of it. 7.4 was the bare minimum version we needed to support. Yeah, exactly. Like, looking at this chart, it's 8 you were thinking about, right? Totally. That's fine. No big deal, right? You were off by 1. There's only 2 hard problems in programming. Naming things, cache invalidation, and off by 1 errors. Shit. Really, Jay? So 7.2 to 8 was tough? Interesting. What was tough about it? No, I'm thinking the WordPress plugin is out of scope. If there is a dev that would like to write a WordPress plugin for it, we could do that. But I don't think it's actually, like, relevant or valid, because any WordPress dev could just use our static file and the client we have and be fine. A UI to, like, the UI would only be to, like, display this thing. If someone wants to write a plugin for modifying feature flags, that is a massive amount of code scope. So 7.2 to 8 is super hard. Is that because of typing? Like, does type, like, stuff end up being required versus, like, optional at that point? Oh, there were warnings that you ignored, and then 8 was like, hey, these deprecations are no longer warnings, they're errors. So instead, if you solve the warnings first, then you're good, right? I'd say that's like the move. Solve the warnings, and then your migration is pretty easy. I think that's the move. Okay. I get it. I know, right? Few thousand lines of legacy code, solve the warnings, but at some point, if you're in like a feature drought, and you got stuff you can do to improve the code base, why not? I get it, but some of those warnings are like a simple find and replace. Can you knock out like the fucking, like, the easy parts and you're good? Using like a code formatter or any of that stuff, right? Like, the majority of what you're doing should be like easy fixes. And the hard ones, well, yeah, don't do those yet. But like the specific errors, come on. Like, how hard could it be? Like naming conventions or some other bullshit? Like, how hard could it be? Now, it requires that you have a product or project manager that understands that tech debt adds to the amount of like effort to do everything. there are small changes, like not necessarily small in scope, but small in effort. And if you phrase it in effort and not scope, then you're good to go. What I would do is push for a tech debt sprint every quarter. Right? For maybe 1 week per quarter, you and your team work to actually fix some of the tech debt that you've accumulated. Otherwise, it just keeps adding up and like accruing interest, you know? As an organization, you should be able to push for that. Otherwise, get a better job. Technically. I'm sorry, like that's like the jerk move of phrasing that, but like, dude, seriously, if you're at a company that doesn't recognize that tech debt is a problem, you're at the wrong fucking company. Stick with them for like 6 months to a year and jump ship to a higher salary at a company that actually gives a shit. I get it, young Stevo. That makes sense. I totally get that. But the amount that imposes on code review is actually kind of an issue. The amount of like extra shit you gotta see in like a PR is way more than that PR should have actually like handled, you know? So in my opinion, it's adding noise to your PRs. And that means that your PRs probably take longer than they should too. So instead, you need to like convince upper management or someone above you or whatever that adding these things to our PRs is actually slowing down how quickly features get released. If we can just take a week or two to refactor and improve the code base in some way, it will actually make it so that we can release features faster. I can't think of a single product owner or product manager that would say, oh my God, I don't want features to release faster. Oh, that sounds terrible, right? Like, that person doesn't exist. Then you need to release features faster, but you will, technically. I know, you're doing just kidding. If you throw a kappa at the end of your statement, I know you said you're like new to Twitch. If you throw one of these, it's K-A-P-P-A, kappa. Throw one of those at the end of your like sarcastic statements and like, dude, no one will take a statement like that seriously. They know it's a joke and they'll like read it for the like sake of a joke. Here on Twitch, that's how you denote sarcasm. Again, based on what we've chatted at, like, no, don't say you suck at Twitch. You just don't know. Dude, Stevo. I'm 39, man. Like, come on. I'm 39. You can't use the age card. Nope, not allowed. If I can get it, you can get it too. Just saying, man. All it takes is a little bit of effort to help other people to understand something. And holy shit, are we back on the main master thing again? We are. Because it just takes a little bit of your effort to help other people understand better. To help other people feel like more inclusive and understanding of like your comments. So again, don't feel bad. I'm just happy that we were able to do that callback. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. But yeah, at the end of the day, a little bit of effort to like denote that your comment is sarcasm using a kappa. That's the way to communicate on Twitch. A tongue sticking out emoji, it works, but it's sometimes like, yeah, you're saying it because you're kind of a jerk. And just a smiley face, ooh, yeah, that's like a smug, like saying something. So throwing a smiley face at the end of your comment is like a smug version of your comment, which is not great. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Steve-O, Kappa. Just super easy Kappa. No big deal. We actually have a rule about that that's related to Poe's law. Sorry. Godwin's law is like the Nazi law, but yeah. Kappa is Poe's law, in which it's impossible to be sarcastic on the internet without an obvious fucking delineation of that. And it stems from like old school like chat forums in which someone could parody a creationist in some forum, and unless you're fucking like making it really, really, really obvious that you're sarcastic, people will think you're actually serious. It's the /s, right? /s would work too. I will accept a /s or a Kappa. The Twitch version of /s is the Kappa. Yeah, we get no, like, body language. We get no smirk on your face. Like, we get nothing other than the text you typed. And we ran into that, like, earlier today, too, and I told someone about that, and we haven't seen them since. So I think they took offense. Did they not see my Kappa face? Right? I think I do a pretty good fucking Kappa face. No, /s means sarcasm, typically. Satire is a very, like, subtle version of satire, though. Or not subtle, but, like, maybe a subset of satire. There are no small changes, Kappa. Yeah, totally works. Now, technically, if I needed to critique it, the Kappa should have been in the quote. Wink. Right? If I'm nitpicking just a little bit. But no, I understand what you meant. So, yeah, we're good. All that matters in any of this is conveying what you meant. And I believe what you just did conveyed what you meant. Whereas a word without any emoji, without any like punctuation, all sorts of shit, does not convey what you actually mean. A little bit of effort goes a long way towards conveying what you actually mean on the internet. We run into people all the time that don't put in that effort, and it sucks to talk to them, right? Not talk, but I mean like chat with, text-wise. In person, it might be totally fine. Yeah, they're amazing people. But man, they just suck at texting. How many people have we actually like texted with on our phone where they fucking suck at texting? Is it infuriating to text that person? Yeah. Do you avoid doing so? I bet you do. I feel like there's like a follow-up joke to that, young Steve-O, of just saying like the word feet randomly. I think we can all actually smell the word feet. Smells like a locker room, doesn't it? Smells like dirty socks. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah. There you go, Jay. Go take a fucking shower, man. Mesmiro. Feet that have been in a snowboard boot during summer. I knew a dude that refused to wear socks in his snowboard boots. Every single roommate he had hated him. Hated him. Talked so much shit behind his back. It was insane, actually. Not a single human being that lived in the same house with this dude liked him. Because he refused to wear socks in his snowboard boots. And his snowboard boots smelled like death. Like Fritos. His snowboard boots smelled like a bad bag of Fritos. Anyone out there who's ever smelt feet, like bad feet, can probably never eat Fritos again. Yeah, I can't eat Fritos anymore. I can't do it. It smells like fucking snowboard feet. No, thank you. I'm good. No, I can't eat Fritos. The chili Fritos, those are good. Chili Fritos, totally different thing. Regular Fritos? Yeah, like so gross. Yeah, Taz, did you not realize this? Have you never put those together? Yeah, snowboard feet smell like Fritos feet. And you'll never eat Fritos again after hearing that statement. In before Fritos sends me a cease and desist letter. Sorry, so hold on. Steve-O, please, English only. I'm guessing that's French for, like, bad smelling feet. I don't know. But English only, please. Sorry. Feet of the gods? The Frito gods? It's more like Pies de los Muertos or something like that, right? Like feet of the dead. Yeah, for sure. It's more like feet of the dead, right? I don't remember the Spanish word for feet, but feet de los Muertos. Like, dude, feet of the dead. Smells like Fritos. Fritos de los Muertos. Fritos of the dead. Boom, nailed it. Hey! Right? Like, dude. I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, I am so upset that I'm part of this chat now. I can't imagine how y'all feel. Oh, shit. Dude, anyone who is lurking is really upset now. Right? They're sitting there, they're eating a meal, hanging out, and just... they smell Fritos all of a sudden. Ooh, it's not just the smell of corn. No. It is not just the smell of corn. Freshly cooked corn on the cob does not smell like Fritos. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. Whoa, Chi-Chi Impact. Dude, Mr. Sir. Yeah, I don't know why. I rarely expect a raid from you. Mainly because I don't think you follow. But don't feel bad about it. I follow you, but it's okay. I get it. It's because he had to sleep and he found just like the quickest stream that he could find. I get it. Yeah, I know you typically go like way later in tonight. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. It's going well. We're doing some PHP stuff, which is completely unrelated to LeetCode. How about this? Could you do advent of code in PHP? What language are you actually like gonna do advent of code in? Yeah, I assume you've actually done it because, like, dude, you've been doing a whole bunch of this stuff, right? But yeah, Python, due to like the list stuff and all that, it makes like leak code so much easier, right? List comprehension, that's the term, right? Python list comprehension makes a lot of like algorithm stuff so much easier. Yeah, exactly. Lazy as shit. I totally get it, right? It's not anything about good language versus bad language. It's about feature. This one feature makes what you're doing so much fucking easier. I totally get it. Features. But if you want to have fun, yeah, I mean, come on. No. It's about a feature. Yeah. Like slicing certain things. Why PHP? So, Shayna, we are working on a static file-based feature flag tool called Vexilla. What do I mean by static file? Well, the static file sits on whatever static file server you want it to be, and then in your runtime, you're gonna have an SDK fetch that file and decide what feature needs to be on or not, based upon being a toggle, a gradual, a selective, or a value-based thing. Bim, bam, boom, right? All that, totally fine. When you recognize that, it means that I need to write SDKs for all sorts of languages because the majority of the logic lives within the client. So I need a client SDK for every prevalent language that matters. I don't give a fuck about performance because it doesn't matter. I need to write an SDK for every language that cares about this thing. This is a software as a service for other developers to use, but I have no service that they would consume. The service is just a static file. Again, Bisic, I think you might be trolling at this point because I just explained the entire fucking reason. Better does not fucking matter. All that matters is, are there people using a language that would benefit from feature flags? I should probably write an SDK for them. Right? Within reason. Should I write an SDK for Ada or COBOL? We'll see. Right? We'll have to see some usage statistics to actually determine that. So yeah, Shayna gets it already, but Bix or Bisk or whatever your name is, I don't know. All right, so you do get it. Thank you for getting it. I was saying it right when you were saying it. All right, you were slow. I think the slow was like you're saying you're slow, like that could be interpreted as you specifically. You might have just had a delay, right? Due to the speed of light. No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to accept that. You're not mentally slow because you got it. You were able to understand what I was saying. Based upon what I said, that doesn't mean you're mentally slow. It just meant, you didn't get it in the time frame that I was explaining it. That just means you have a delay. Doesn't mean you're slow. Latency and speed are different things. I have no idea, Kalo Kyle. No clue. The yellow one. But yeah, real quick, Young Steve-O, what SDKs have I done so far? I've done an SDK for JavaScript, TypeScript, because that's what it's natively written in, and that's where I'm most productive. I've done a C# SDK, Elixir, Golang, Rust, and C#. we're working on an OCaml SDK with DM Mulroy. Wait, no, I didn't say C# already. No. There's 6 of them, right? JSTS, Rust, Golang, Elixir. Oh, I guess I did say C# already, huh? Okay, so 5 so far. We're on number 6. I thought I had one more than that. Nah, you're right. There's an older version of the PHP SDK, right? If you go to vexilla.github.io, right, we have released versions of the 0.x for a whole bunch of languages, like 10 of them. And off by 1 errors. Yeah, exactly, standard. Right now we're on the 1.x version of the schema, which requires a complete rewrite of a bunch of our tooling. So Stevo, no, not yet. Basically, you're watching me make the PHP SDK right now, and the best way to contribute is evaluating what I'm doing, right? So what you see here, I can push up what I've done, totally fine, but it's still just, you know, I'm gonna build out what we got, and we're good. And there will be fixes and all sorts of other stuff. I think your critique of what I'm doing right now is valid, remembering that I'm using PHP 7.4, not PHP 8. So we need to be within the realm of 7.4 features. So pattern matching, can't use it. So yeah, Jason, the OCaml SDK is being worked on, but that's part of our Tuesday night collaboration stream with DM Mulroy. I think within 3 or 4 sessions, we'll be done. Right? He spends a lot of time teaching us OCaml rather than just hacking it out. Granted, he doesn't have the context of what needs to happen, why, and when, right? About like the logic of what our SDK needs to do. So, yeah, like him taking 7 or 8 days to make it versus our typical like 3 or 4 makes sense because I have so much like domain knowledge about what needs to happen, right? So I can hammer it out quicker. So like, yeah, for someone brand new to the ecosystem, I wouldn't expect them to get it and make an SDK any quicker than like 8 days. Especially because like DM Mulroy needs me to explain why some things are the way they are. And again, like, nothing against him needing that explanation, but it's not immediately obvious, and I could have better documentation that explains that. So he's helping me realize what I need to make docs-wise, which I think is actually really cool. So yeah, he's helping me by making the OCaml SDK, and he's also helping me way more by helping me realize what I'm missing in my docs. So at some point, we need to improve my docs about how to make an SDK for a language that I don't support yet. And I really appreciate DM Mulroy for helping with that. All right, so where are we at? I have recently implemented the environment. We're at 10 p.m. and I should probably eat some food. The amount of whiskey I've had on no food could be an issue. Acceleration? What do you mean by that? I'm not sure, Shayna. I probably misused a word. Okay. So the difference between latency and speed are different things. Right? Delay and latency are the same fucking thing. Latency is how long it takes the message to arrive. Speed is how long it takes to parse the message. Boom. Done. And you can actually apply that to game development, like all sorts of shit. Speed is a CPU issue. Latency is the time it takes to get to the CPU. If you're going from hard drive to CPU to process something from disk, that's a way longer latency from, like, compared to, like, RAM to CPU. And if you want to compare, like, cache on the CPU, like L1 or L2, L3, whatever, to RAM, latency is still a thing, but the ability to process this shit is the speed at which you can do it, based upon when the data finally gets to the CPU to be processed. So bus transfer speed is a thing you can do, but as far as the CPU is concerned, those are latencies. Look at it this way, Shayna. We're talking about basically bandwidth versus transfer speed. Latency versus speed. The amount of data you can transfer via a station wagon flying down the highway stuffed to the brim with tapes is massively higher than the latency of transferring that same data over the internet. Or not latency, but the speed of transferring that same data. So the data you may see packets immediately, but the amount of packets and bandwidth you can transfer over that connection is way lower than the station wagon that has really low really high latency, but the bandwidth is really high. So speed is a factor of bandwidth and latency together combined. Speed is a factor of both. Two things. The speed at which you can transfer terabytes of data is faster with someone driving a physical distance versus data over the wire, as long as the bandwidth required is great enough. Again, you're measuring speed based upon one packet. Speed is measured based upon how much you need to transfer. What is the speed of transferring 20 terabytes worth of data? That speed is factored based upon latency and bandwidth. Those are two separate things. Those are two separate metrics that determine what the most viable way of transferring this data is. If the amount of data transferred is small, then yeah, fuck it. If the amount of data is large, latency is irrelevant. The speed is the combination of both. Are you getting it? Amazon has a thing called Snowball for a fucking reason. Because it's way faster to transfer a fucking mini server that stores terabytes worth of data and ship it than it is to ship that shit over the fucking internet. Way fucking faster, like major orders of magnitude. They have an entire thing called Snowmobile that's a fucking semi worth of data clusters. And the amount of data you're trying to transfer, the speed at which you can transfer it, is the data itself multiplied by the latency and time it takes to do it so. Right? So yeah, like Shayna, I believe I've made my point. Speed is a factor of what you're transferring and how long it takes to transfer a portion of it. Yeah, no service offering unmetered bandwidth is actually unmetered. If you actually approach a number that they don't like, they'll just fucking kick you off their service. Unmetered bandwidth is actually a terrible service because they get to decide when they kick you off. There you go, Taz. Exactly, yeah. Transferring 1 terabyte worth of data, cost-wise and time-wise, is probably longer than just shipping a hard drive to someone. It's why Amazon has a service called Snowball and Snowmobile and some of these other things, right? Like, because the physical transfer of enough data is more than the internet can handle at this time. Again, if you want to figure out like the exact definition of speed, that's fine. Speed is a generic enough term that we're not saying anything by using the word speed. Latency and bandwidth are the most important numbers and like terms that we can use. Speed is a factor of both. Speed is a generic term to represent both. But speed can also represent other things too. At the end of the day, speed is too generic to have a technical conversation about. Latency and bandwidth are the terms we actually need to discuss. But yeah, never underestimate the bandwidth of a station wagon flying down the freeway stuffed to the brim with tapes. You'll never approach that amount of data transfer with the internet. It's not gonna happen. Good luck. That's the important bit. No, I know you don't disagree. I just want to make sure other people get it too. I'm like reiterating because of that reason. Now, Speed the movie, hey-oh, that's something we can all get behind. How you doing, Clarkio, Mr. Sir? Dude, this is a really late moment to see ya. Yeah, Shayna, you were talking about, like, amphetamines, right? As a joke. I get it. I get the joke. It's just not that relevant, and a kappa would be nice at the end of those statements. I know. I knew what you meant. I got your terminology. I got your phrasing. I understood that. Other people didn't. But in the future, when you're making a comment like that, a kappa would really help, right? It's the same rule as Poe's law, right? Kappa. It's impossible to discern sarcasm without an obvious display of it on the internet. And yeah, oh, you've been lurking? Oh, thanks, Clarkio. Appreciate you. I'm gonna do this right now. Shit. If y'all aren't following Clarkio, he has such a fun, like, cool Friday stream. Like, dude, he has an amazing stream. No, post-ironic doesn't exist. Post-sarcasm doesn't exist. I'm sorry. We live in a world where all these things need to be annotated. Communication is important. Phrasing is still a thing. Phrasing is still absolutely a thing. And yeah, hello world dev, how you doing? Welcome. I think we're close to the end of my stream because I need to get some food in my belly. So hello world dev, I'll expound upon that just a little bit. We're seeing a bit of a recession for hiring because people overhired during the COVID period, right? During the lockdowns. You can actually find interviews with all sorts of really important thinkers that point out that we are still at a deficit for the amount of like developers companies will need in the next 10 to 20 years. ChatGPT will not fill that void. Right? The CEO of GitHub and a bunch of companies have actually expounded upon this idea that we're still at not enough developers to solve the problem. Even Chipotle needs software dev. Look at it this way, dude. Chick-fil-A has a Kubernetes cluster in every fucking location. I'm not making that up. Every location of Chick-fil-A has a Kubernetes cluster. Why? Because they have digital menus that they could actually adapt based upon regional pricing and how much it takes to ship chicken to that fucking place. Should that value be fully fucking dynamic? Abso-fucking-lutely, because if the cost of chicken goes up tomorrow, they can increase their price right fucking now and not have to have some human being change values on some fucking number board, right? Now, why is it a Kubernetes cluster? Because not every Chick-fil-A has an IT person working there. They need this shit to work and not have to rely upon some human being kicking that shit over and restarting it. If the menu dies, is some employee gonna need to have to reboot it? No, we can use Kubernetes to kick that shit over again. No big deal. Every single company out there is gonna need to embrace the technological aspect of the future, which is using less human labor for shit that we can automate. That's the fucking future anyway, man. Right? Why make humans do the mundane shit? Nah, man. We don't need to do that. Every company is a tech company once they realize it. Yeah, this is old school thinking. And it's still like new to some people somehow. Yeah, every company needs software devs in the modern era. Companies that don't, they're doomed to fail. Someone's gonna eat their lunch real soon. So yeah, are we in a downturn right now just slightly? Sure, due to the overhiring of the previous 2 years, but fuck it. To think that that's a pattern for the future? I'm sorry, like, nah. Good devs still have jobs. Juniors are the only ones suffering. Juniors are the only ones having a problem getting a job right now. And it's temporary. It's very temporary. That said, if you need money right now, become a plumber. Plumbers make bank if they're good at what they do. Electricians make bank if they're good at what they do. And the schooling they need is 1 to 2 years max. But again, you gotta be good at what you do. If you don't want to be good at what you do, well then shit, there might not be a place for you anywhere. All of these things are dictated by effort. How much effort are you willing to put in? If the answer is 0, tech isn't for you. Bisque. No AI is gonna do my job for me. I'm sorry, like, I do my job. If the company I work for could hire some fucking prompt engineer to do my job, they would, but they can't. Because you need a senior to actually steer the ship. People who know what they're doing will always have a job. Yeah, show me something that can do my job for me, and I'll pay for it. You know, like, holy shit, dude. Show me something that can mentor juniors for me. Show me something that can do code review for me, like automatically with no issues. Show me something that does any of the shit I do every fucking day. I'm sorry, it doesn't exist yet. This AI hype phase is gonna die down just like the fucking NFT market did. Can you wait it out? Yeah, totally. I'm a software dev, Bisc. Like, seriously. The industry I work in doesn't fucking matter. I'm a software dev. And I have juniors that work underneath me that I need to train up in a proper way. And ChatGPT is just not gonna do it. Yeah. All you need to do is deliver value. Deliver more or equal value of what you're getting paid for. Bim, bam, boom. Problem solved. AI might be here to stay. Can I just point out, I don't use it. And I am still massively useful. Fuck me, right? Within the past 2 months, who has seen me use any AI to do what I do? Nope, didn't happen. Now, 3 or 4 months ago, I tried to use AI to write an FFmpeg script to, like, you know, splice some audio for me. Didn't work. Didn't fucking do it. I still had to go read the docs. I have complicated enough problems that AI does not solve them. If your problems are simple enough that AI solves them, yeah, your job's in jeopardy. Solve better problems. It might get there soon. I can't rely on a might. No fucking business would rely upon a might or a maybe. That would be some really bad business. And again, though, Bisc, you would still need to understand what this bash script is gonna do and what you might need to fix about it. Your knowledge about writing a bash script should still be greater than the shit that ChatGPT is spitting out. If you're relying upon ChatGPT to be the expert, you're lost. You're fucked. How do you even know? What can you fix if it deletes your entire database? You don't even know. You just copied and pasted it. Yeah, right? Like, seriously. None of this shit is gonna take my job. It might make my job easier, but AI is not taking my job. Anyone who thinks so is simply sucking the teat of influencers that think so. And it's just wrong. Like, seriously. Just wrong. I used v0.dev the other day. It was all right, but the UI I created myself is a better UI still. Right? How many iterations and amount of, like, hours would I have to put into v0.dev to give me a UI that actually does exactly what I wanted in the right way? Like, dude, I could just build it myself in the same amount of time. And yeah, I'm okay with it, Sivo. That's fine. If I cared enough about it, I would have made my own take. Bisque, I don't recommend anything for that. If you think you need a university or a community college degree, nobody can tell you that you don't. Only you can make that decision. You can't outsource that. I'm sorry, you're at decision paralysis. That means you have to make a decision. That's it. You can't outsource that. I'm sorry, too bad, deal with it. Make a decision, live with it, recognize that maybe you could be wrong, and learn from a mistake. That's life, man. And you need to actually learn to live for yourself rather than pushing that responsibility to anybody else. So Sergeant Pepper, I just want to say real quick, I get what you're saying, and I'm not going to delete it. But again, it's so subjective that there's no value to a statement like that. No, I get it, Bisque, but my opinion is fucking meaningless about that. I have my own life experiences that would color how I would answer such a question, and none of that shit matters for you. Not a single thing, because your life is different from my life. I can't say what your path should be. How dare you ask someone else to dictate what your path should be? Your path is your path. You are at a fork in the road in which you need to make a decision. Nobody can do that. Not a single human being in the world besides you can make that decision. If you think you would benefit from teachers, then do it. You can take a community college degree and a couple classes and decide if it's for you or not. You don't have to spend thousands and thousands of dollars. You could do it within $1,000. $1,000 and you've taken 2 or 3 fucking programming classes. Bam, bam, boom. So Sergeant Pepper, you're missing it though. There are many developers out there in the world that do compiler work that don't have CS degrees. All it takes is effort. And nobody can dictate how much effort you're going to put into learning. So whether you get a university degree or not, it still doesn't actually influence how much effort you want to put into compiler stuff. A 4-year degree doesn't mean that you're automatically predisposed to putting in more effort to learning actual compiler shit. I'm sorry, nah. Nah. Not at all. Effort is the important thing to measure, and nobody can predict that for you. Only you can understand how much effort you're gonna actually put in. Effort. That is the #1 differentiator between successful and unsuccessful software devs. Effort. How much effort are you going to put in to learning any of it? That's on you. No one can tell you that. That's on you. Right? The way you learn. Maybe, sure. My biggest point and my biggest takeaway is college and universities are there to teach you how to learn. If you don't have that already, you probably need college or university. If you can't teach yourself something, holy shit, you need someone to teach you how to teach yourself. University is not going to give you every skill you need to be productive. They give you the skill to learn the skills you need to be productive. And if you don't have those skills, then shit, you need someone to teach that to you. But don't expect college or university to give everything you need to be a successful anything for anything. That's not what they do. School teaches you how to learn. If you don't have that skill yet, then you need school more. If you're done with school, you've done a university degree, and you still don't know how to learn, shit, that's a problem, man. Practice coding every day? I don't know, man. Practicing? Just make stuff. Make something that you want to have exist in the world. I don't know what that is for you. I have no fucking idea. The thing I'm making on stream and the thing that I'm like slacking on right now, a static file-based feature flag tool. Didn't exist when I was looking for it. Growthbook is doing a lot of it, but they don't have the SDKs I would want. So instead, make something that should exist in the world. That process will do you way more service than practicing programming. Technically, you're still practicing by doing. Best way I can phrase it. As a snowboarder, I could visualize doing a 900 all I want. Until I actually try it, none of that visualization matters. Yeah, it's a good tweet, man. I didn't say that, though. You said that. Did I say that? Like, literally? I don't think I said that verbatim. I think that's your quote. You interpreted me, and you made your own quote. Big thumbs up. I'll like it, but that's not my quote. I didn't say that, man. I don't think I said that. Maybe I forgot. It's like he's smoking weed or something. But yeah, no, you had your own interpretation, and you phrased it as you saw fit. Exactly. So, before we get out of here, I want to make sure I'm explaining this properly. So, Bisque, right? Software development is about solving problems. Find a problem that you want to solve and try and solve it. Boom, you're a software dev. What does that mean? It means you're going to have to research a bunch of shit you have no idea, no context for, no idea about, right? You're gonna have to look this shit up and figure it out. That is software dev. Looking it up and figuring it out. That's the number one skill you need. It's not about, hey, there's a very clear answer to this problem. No, no, no. Software dev is about understanding the problem and breaking it down into actual problems that you can solve. You can't skip that process. You can't take a shortcut around it. That's the skill you need to build. Problem solving. There is no shortcut around learning the skill of problem solving. So instead, start practicing problem solving. Yeah. Go for a run. Oh, that sounds legit. Yeah, good exercise. Be careful of your knees and your back, because running isn't great for both. But again, do what you got to do. We're at, late enough. It's 10:30. I need food in my belly. The KFC nearby is definitely closed. They probably wouldn't be stoked on me walking through the drive-thru. So yeah, I gotta cook some kind of food. I don't know what it is. I gotta cook something. But yeah, let's go raid somebody. Ooh, is Evan MMO going right now? He is! Yeah, we're gonna go raid Evan MMO. It's his birthday. Out of curiosity, would I express the same point to someone with a different personality? So Shayna, maybe you don't know me specifically, but I say this same exact fucking thing every day. I am very explicit about not telling people what to do. the people that require that I tell them what to do, don't last long here in stream. I am trying to cultivate a stream and a chat that likes to actually think for themselves and solve problems. Because those are people that I can actually continue to chat with into the future. I'm not here to solve every problem for someone, you know? Like, yeah. Lead a fish to water, or lead a horse to water but can't make them drink. Yeah. I'd rather teach someone how to fish rather than give them a fish. So I am very explicit about not giving someone the answer they're asking for most of the time. Instead, I give them the answer they needed. So yeah, I'll be over on gaming. Hold on, real quick. Gaming stream. Griffing and chill if you know, if you don't see that in time. Griffing and chill. See you guys soon. Later.
But everybody just knew I was like figuring shit out. Like he just freestyles, man. Oh, see you.
Oh, I gotta end the YouTube. There we go.